I think so. I think the other ballot. Oh, was that down there? Yeah, the other ballot. Oh, yeah.
Should have been a doctor.
Probably have to do my tablet.
We don't need these, or do I need it for that? Well, this one over here. I'm going to put it right back there. So, do you plan to register?
1065.
Next time. You can try to call the board of officers and see if they know where that's. Well, if you register here, too late for today, but next time. Well, but if you register upstate, then they will let you go here. What's your address?
Hey, Joseph Borsian, V-O-R-S. I guess preempted.
Go to table one, right there.
V-O-R-S, yeah.
What's your address?
J-O-S. 563 Park Avenue.
Thank you.
Yes. Yep.
Hi there. Thank you. Go to table one. 11, right there. We're along those Good afternoon. What's your address? Is that table 40? Table 40. The second table. Somebody tell you to go here? Well, you can scan the code to see where you're supposed to go. Wherever you register, the national license is sometimes they tell you in the library, you signed up somewhere, do you remember? But you signed up, right? Good afternoon. What's your address? What address? 875, that should be in the front page. 875. You're the table 40, that means you're in the second table. Are they going to be friends and go to the movies and go to the bar? Is he out there today? Is he out there today? That's where my boyfriend. It's a good thing. They said they had a sick child, someone picked me up, and someone had a doctor's appointment for the weekend. Hello, girl. Hello. Sorry. Are you registered?
Yeah, I'm not registered.
Out in the airport. Because we stand at it open until 9 o'clock, but I'll put your address in when you register and I'm going to play word going. I think I'll
Yeah, that's what I use.
Hello. Yes. This is for 1079, yes. But if you scroll back up a bit, you should see that's PS 55 Benjamin Franklin School. That's where you need to vote. Yes, because this has ballots for this district representation, and you're living in that district, so you want that district representation. And you have until 9 p.m. tonight, so there's lots of time.
What's your address?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I gave him ours.
You're at table 40. That's the second table. That's it. Thank you. Good afternoon. What's your address?
Sir, did you start to fill out the ballot at all? Nothing at all? Okay, we can go with the ballot marking twice.
Table 41, which is the third table. Right on down.
This machine will expand the text.
It was select now. This one. Maybe they messed it up. Like some of the third table. They're very popular.
Because they looked at the side, they didn't look at the top number. They said, oh, it's 7 people in this election district is doing. They also 73 at the bottom.
Oh, the one thing you kept saying, 0, because that's the first thing they would look at. That helped me.
Because they're looking at it, oh, I'm 73, but they all said 73. Thank you for voting.
Thank you.
Giving a round
So
of
now I say 0, 40, 0, 1, 0, 41, 0, 42. Maybe 0, that's not big. You can change that. I need to see the because I have a big thumb, it's 44.
Oh, wait, I'm sure Starbucks will give you some nice something here.
You gotta buy some. Or you gotta keep it.
Cashier, yeah. Well, was that election every year or something?
The next one is November 2026, November.
2026,
That's what the next one.
There's always something to vote for, but it's not. I've never been a big presidential or
If you like to be a poll worker, help yourself. Yeah. Yeah. You fill this out, you get paid $100, and you can work day or night, and you just work, take off a little Presbyterian job, and you come work the vote election on your paid sick leave.
no.
Just in case you know someone that wants to work at home and make $200, the election, you might make it to people.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye. Yes. Oh, yes.
I'll give it to her.
Give it the big one.
Thank you.
That's the social one.
There you go. Thank you.
Hello, what's your address? Good afternoon. What did you say?
Can I have your address?
No, the address? Okay. You're going to table 040, which is the second table. Two tables, 040.
Right here.
And
41 is in part
041, she says. Stickers? Do they just stick on? I know. Wow. Thank you. I'm an old school from the 70s. But they look so better from table. Good afternoon. Do you know where you're going? Well, I am not going back to again to spend another $30.
Oh, perfect. Yes, even better. Just table 40. We'll scan that for you. Okay. The yellow circle.
Nice, thanks. I got the same coat. And you know what? I have to color because I go to the tight style. So somebody gets put and I chop the lower and wrapping me up. So you know, I'm not going to drag my coat because it's going up the stick to do the drag. What's your address?
35.
We don't need your license. We just need your address and they'll look you up.
You're in 041 and
Actually, it is fun. It's fun. I do. I enjoy the people. I enjoy. I love the people who I want to be when I grow up. Years old and they're walking from their house and they come here and they're all by themselves.
Oh, you have to go into it. You have to stand back. Did somebody tell you to go here? You have to stand back. And I'll tell you exactly where you go before 9. Good afternoon. What's your address?
870 Avenue.
You're in table 040. 870 040.
Okay, so just go over there.
Which is table number 2.
Cool. Thank you.
the second table? Yes.
Hello. Are you ready?
Great. Thank you.
What's your password?
Inget i bollen bara.
Yeah, that's just right down the street. Yeah.
You get mail there? You have to well, you're gonna have to do it. You could be at school, right? They don't say you've been to school.
They'll look you up there.
I'm worried that it bothers her so much.
And then that lets you know where your polling place is.
No, I understand. Sorry, what were the
First table right here. Zero to left. What's your address?
We still at the 5, right? We still at the 5, right? We can open up this.
Second table, 040. Second.
I gotta check that.
What's your address?
Lord, I come back to the stop. I want to be orange. Okay, I'm back. Thank you.
Not that one.
dark. I don't know if she's going to have to change too much.
Yeah, it's a different location here. Look at how it's
I thought there'd be a long line. I came at a good time. Was this morning busy? It was crazy.
There's two of you. You have yours, or we have to put the signs up?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
You have to use this card.
Thank you. And how do I go when I'm done?
Okay, you gotta vote in just voting for your local people, so that's why I can't vote. Where did she go? Oh, the Florida state, but the Wallerton state.
No, she didn't change her, so you didn't know I was with her anymore.
You're lucky you're still in the city. So you know you do take the Lexington Avenue bus. Wait, you go into the bus driver and you get on the bus for papers.
Take care. Bye. Thanks a lot.
Get out at 5060, one stop. The express is second and third on this side, and it's on the fourth floor. Okay. Bye-bye. Good afternoon. What's your address? And you just put in your address, or you'll come in the phone. You're going to be the table 041, and that's the third table down. Good afternoon. May I have your address? Table 041. And that's the third table down. She's sitting down there. Are you registered? You have to go online. Thank you.
It's pretty cool. I did watch Monty Park, but that was his whole thing. Definitely in the middle of the game, he started to try to take pictures of all the people who were playing. But other than that, I think the media is the best job for trying to get people to
husband is here. He has homecoming. Oh, all right. She knows I told her about the phone. Well, it says, hi, Sophia, this is Lucy with NYC. You see that today? And we ordered them at the same time. So you want to give it a try?
I'm sorry, that's kind of long.
It's worth a try.
That means you're going to have to work with
change the party affiliation on a form there that you get the form of the like pick up mine. Okay. Good. Go to registration one, you just have to do it, where does how do they do that? Yeah. Yes. Yes. And on there, the party affiliation form. Okay, so this is our coordinator, and she's going to get you a form. I have yeah, but it also, she wants to, yeah, he's already voted. He's wanting to change it for the future. Oh, here we go.
So just go online?
No, right here. Yeah, right? Well, we're all trying. Or sometimes the road to hell is paved.
I think it's such an important activity.
Well, yeah. I don't know about you, but I believe in America, and I believe in the voting process. And so as a result, I cannot have
No, guys, listen. If you read this text carefully, it says that they did register last January. We want to make sure they were voting for people disagree by our subsection. This is this thing here.
that's what they're saying.
But they don't vote because your vote is your polling station. All right. So that, you know what I mean?
It doesn't matter who you are, they all everyone see that. It's fine. They don't care.
So could you read the text carefully?
So until this moment, I said that actually happened. Yes. To be continued.
So they're going to tell you that.
But I had a nephew.
So they're telling me that they register. So they had a registration drive here, which makes total sense. So you live in Staten Island. I live in Staten Island. I register in Staten Island, so I'm registered to vote there. But my polling site is in Staten Island. Whatever it is, and then we should register to vote in Long Island. My point is, so that's what you read the text.
Yeah.
So that's what you read the text carefully. That's exactly what that is. Well, I explained it to her. So you read the text carefully. You got to go there and find your polling site.
And to do it well.
Now, if you read this text, they did register. So the text is saying, going to find my polling site. They have a polling to go there. Thank you. So they are reading the text, but not to polling
And it's going to help that it
I'm sorry, something made a mistake or maybe something else was or maybe something attached to the Hi there. Do you need help?
and if your yes. So then okay. Thank you.
Give him that same ticket to tonight.
What's your address? Go at the table 041, the third table. 041. Find out what that park Helps you.
I love my phone.
Yeah.
Yes, I have one.
Good afternoon,
Oh, there it is. Okay. That, oh, I love. Usually they're at the other end. This. Cool. I love these when I sometimes. Yeah.
37.
Oh, no.
Hello.
I'm going to slide these over. Oh, we need more sleeves, actually. More sleeves. We need more sleeves.
I only took 2 classes. I took Saturday morning and they took no, picture. No picture, no picture.
Yeah. All right. 1 through 5, yes. 1 through 5, yes. 6
Oh, it is? Okay.
Good afternoon. What's your address?
We have the 19th.
This is everywhere? Yeah, the hours is good.
Table 41, and that's the third table. It's in some
All right, 041.
Yes.
back here. Right. That's why. You may have a little stuck up on me. I was surprised. Right? So, are you in 65? I'm on the west side. So you take, I took over the east side, the 125th. Okay. Because you can, but I can.
Do you want to get up? We'll get to the left. Yeah, just make a left and another left.
Yes. Yeah, I know. And you don't want to be out here like that. Exactly. That's why I like the train is,
How are you holding up?
yes. Sometimes you can tell too by the stop. When the train stops, you can tell that's how it works. I was like, oh no. Yeah, I know.
Double-sided, go on both sides, and then private switch over here. And once you're done, you take it to the back of the stand. You see there's little circles, fill those in like a dot. That's what the check mark right.
Thank you. You want to do 8 and 6.
Ballot is double sided, so four on both sides. And the most is the circle here, ballot on the top, four in the circle, four on the next side.
Thank you.
You got it. Thanks again. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. We've been doing this a year or two.
He says he's corrected.
That's what you're going to. Yes, Mark.
The second table was in here. Yeah, 040.
Hello, I'm sorry. Here, you're in charge of this. Don't let that happen.
Corresponds to
Just like your school, like use the building to fill it in like that. And then it's six different proposals in the back. And
Any of these booths use it where you're marking your ballot, and then when you're done, take it back and scan it.
Oh, I don't know. What you can say? Well, they come right down because they're going to be off anyway.
I know, but at the end,
Undecided ballots are marked with signs. You'll see there's little circles.
I will do that stuff anyhow. I would stand down there. See what I can do. I'll stand down there. That's my pictures. After my dog.
okay, so what do you do?
Like, go down there.
No, but,
There's nothing to correct
no,
now.
but they're not, I don't think they get it. But the boy will have to do that. So somebody really needs to.
Check.
Oh, no, 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 I was not volunteering, I'm new. I want to make sure.
Volunteer? No, I mean, it's like really.
She said she's
It's
she's
so
doing
good.
well. She's doing good. So you want me, meantime, you want me to go there?
No, I don't want you to go there. I didn't say anything about you going there.
I've had so many addresses.
So we got people, let's see if the thing is done. Let's see if I think 167. It is? Okay, so what they got to do is this. Right, they want to get it. You know what they got to do? They got to
You know, I've been at this address and that address for this address. During COVID, I just live in Zohran.
I have no idea. I don't know if he's dealing with his boy. Okay, when he comes back, we can ask.
My license.
But I'm dealing with
When I pay taxes here, yes. The old term, my license.
because that's what they asked me.
Thank you.
I was one of those too with that.
I don't know. Right here. My office is right here.
No, we don't count applications. I mean, we count one of the things, but we don't count it on here.
I bet you that's the problem. You're not registered and you're at taxes.
You know, just the phone, but not on our. Right. So we only do.
You guys, yeah, I'm not in this.
If you look on the back of that, at the end of the day, this is so
That's what we're trying to figure out. I pay taxes in New York City.
valid. What's the work is
But I had a feeling when I read during COVID, I didn't do it.
voted.
You might be registered. Find my registration.
You know, I don't know, but that's a good question. EPR. I don't know. I don't know neither. Just focus on this. We have 7 boys in the number. And then right.
We're gonna come up here. Say what your name and address.
Yeah, we're gonna come up here, but I'm worried that my mailing address for my taxes is here. Yeah, but I.
No. I'm good. Stand up for the light. I'm good.
We said one.
about that end table. No, that's the wrong. Worried about that end table because they have the papers. It shows 167 and they got 128 wrong. Yeah. And then two, it does say on 167. I came back from lunch. It was on 167, so it's not turning. It's only showing one boy, and they said they voided fake. It's only showing one. I'm going to that. That's how I said you go to the table. I'm not going anywhere. They're going to be, well, what happened is, don't worry about it, they'll fix it downtown. They're going to clear it out.
Maybe that's wrong, but the tape should be correct.
Correct, right. Once they get the tape, right. They just go about what they see on the tape and add it like that. Right?
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So everybody gonna be trying to get out. So I'm just waiting.
Right? Because maybe the law is changed.
Deal with that. Yeah, that's not
But now it's
yeah, that's it. Sure. Yeah. So that's not that. Yeah. What time is it? Yeah, yeah. That's what I so look at something down. Maybe, okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Ow.
Okay, it's good. Everything matches except for the 2 points.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But it's a good thing you can notice. Yeah.
That's not bad. But that would have been bad if that count. That 178, that 178, 176. That would have been a Oh, let me ask you something. What's that? EDR.
I'll tell you what it is.
Yeah, one time, but I forgot.
Yeah, I should change that. I must change.
And she's
No, about 5.
I'm just filling you in because I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe it has something to do with the table.
But I know it doesn't pertain to us without report at the end of the day. I told her don't worry about that.
Good. How are you holding up?
All right. Long day?
4:30 in the morning till now. I mean, if it was regular getting up at 4:30 in the morning, it probably wouldn't be a problem.
Except by looking at it. I don't eat too much chocolate. I was hoping it was a Three Musketeer in here.
Those are good. It's actually my favorite chocolate.
The dress changes. I can help with that. Yeah.
I'm taking, we're going to split half and half. We're supposed to go at 5.
Because we have to go back at 6, so we can't do anything after. It's busy. Okay. Yeah, so we'll just split it.
come back, on the count of 247, there'll be only 12 ballots left. Yeah, we'll be fine.
20 voids.
Okay, I'm going to sit over there and eat some. All right.
Here for half an hour. We both leave for half an hour.
Okay. Keep going. Maintaining consciousness. Yeah, you get off your feet, you're so ready.
Well, to take a break, to sit outside for a little bit, and I felt myself wanting to see if I had to look around, make sure none of this was
Have a great day.
I used to have a lot of them.
Oh, really?
First, originally we had two.
You got great eyes.
So
It's so...
It's just having them.
Yeah.
It's just not it.
Yeah, I don't...
Like a bunch of furniture. Like ordered furniture, they ripped it. But they ended up having puppies first time they were 7. And we had a cat too. The cat and their parents got along. I'm gonna wait till like a little bit later. I can see that. I just hope he doesn't.
There is, you know what, the public gas drivers, there's rules, I don't know what.
That was the March or something. Oh no, I think next year was my first year. My second time working, but this is my first time here.
This is not entertaining.
Okay, we're yeah, we have
It's getting cold out there. Not cold. That's it for her, I think.
Most of it has like 3 people or 4 people at every table, like once or twice. Other than that, it's I'll take this. It just constantly keeps you.
Thank you.
You've gone up on it. I'll give you a little nudge. I don't want to be put on the camera. Oh, that's right. That's my camera.
Yeah, right, camera.
Spotlight on us.
There was, I forgot who that was.
Let's see what they look like. Maybe it was when I went to lunch or something. Hello. District 11? Yeah. All right. take one of the styluses and if you can sign your name down there. Go.
Tony was 17.
Your address is
136 East 64th Street. Yes.
Your mom is there? Oh, multi-group, okay. That's her name is Bob.
rest your hands on and I know this is hard.
Such members of the family and everything, you know? Oh, thank you.
It's the proposition.
I don't know, you know, it's like, I'm sure we will at some point, but it's, you know, 17.
Okay.
It's awful, I know. I know she was amazing, yeah, she didn't say, but it's just,
You're
it's like.
just going to mark your ballot.
Well, all right, nice to meet you, bye, Paul.
I don't think that. Oh, I see. Okay.
You need a pen. Oh, you got a pen. Okay. All right. And make a dot in the circle of your choice. I don't use an X or a
Okay, good. Hi.
Hello there. Oh, you got that thing. I thought you wanted to love this thing.
Should I show you ID with this? Right. You guys are so high-tech. My husband's like, you're not registered, you won't be able to.
You are apparently registered.
Were you registered for that?
Like you?
I don't think so. What do you register to
You're going to take one of the styluses here and you're going to sign your name for the register.
I spoke with someone who said I could have to park but I live on 70th Street, right on 70th Street, and they said that I could come here to get my
Okay.
So I don't have to say, like, okay.
Oh, you would like to register today?
Yeah. I don't register on February to sign the application. I was going to vote up to the terrific, and this is what I told her with. So they said,
You could do an affidavit with your ballot. You'll be registered for next year.
who told me that? You as the...
Me?
No. You're and why?
41.
What? 97 why? Joe, 97 why?
Oh, you went to like another
Yeah, I
site?
went to where my husband is. And I was like,
You didn't know that you were not registered. If you want to change your address, I know. You could do it online, but you can't. could just do one. Okay. Just vote for the mayor and that's it.
42, last table.
Get them by 9.
Yeah. I checked.
Well, because there was some issue.
and welcome to your next session at St. Gallen 2015. It is a real delight and a pleasure for me to be back with you. For some of you who keep rolling back to this wonderful town just like I do, I suppose I'm a bit of a familiar face now. My name is Stephen Sacker. I work for the BBC. I present a show on the BBC World News called Hard Talk. Tough, challenging questions of people in power, the sorts of people who shape our world. And I've got one of those people with me today, sitting patiently in the chair behind me, who I'm going to have a conversation with for the next 45 minutes or so. Not just me, but you too. This is going to be, as always at St. Gallen, an opportunity for all of us to share in a conversation. I'll kick it off, but we have, as usual, the microphones, and I want your questions and thoughts from the floor as well. It's a funny old day for me to be here. When I signed up to come here, I'd forgotten that it was a somewhat important political day in the UK today. For those of you who want discussions about where it's going, what it all means, I will be available over coffee afterwards. My wife has already cast my proxy vote. I always think it's a good test of a marriage, whether you can really trust your wife to vote the way that you say you want to vote. Luckily, I think she sort of shares my political opinions, but she may have a change of heart in the polling booth. You never know. Anyway, I advise those of you who are interested to watch through the night, because this is not an election that's going to be settled quickly. It's going to be fascinating, and I'm planning on staying up all night, so I'll be really talking a lot of gibberish tomorrow. Anyway, that's by the by, because we're not talking about medium-sized nations that think they're great, like Britain. We're actually, for the next 45 minutes, talking about a small nation which knows it's small, but has proved that small can be very, very effective and indeed beautiful. I'm talking about Singapore, which within one generation turned itself from, as the cliche goes, a third world nation state into very much a first world power in one generation. Singapore's economic achievement is truly deserving of the phrase economic miracle. You know, if one thinks back to its beginnings as an independent nation in the early 1960s and thinks to where it is today and how it got there, it is the most extraordinary story, one that I think we can learn a lot from. And to do some of the learning today, please give a very warm welcome to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister of Singapore, Tharman Shanmugaratnam. Please give him a very warm welcome. Tharman, it is a pleasure to have you here and to be able to have a conversation with you. The St. Gallen theme, as you know, is all about size and scale, and about this notion that sometimes all of us in different forms, political, economic, management, can learn a lot from small. And obviously that Singapore is a small nation that has achieved extraordinary things. So if one looks as an overview over the last 50 years, if you could define one thing that has been of paramount importance behind Singapore's rise, what would it be?
An attitude of mind. We took advantage of disadvantage. We converted permanent disadvantage into continuing advantage. And that's a very fundamental attitude of mind. What disadvantage did we have? We were not a nation that was meant to be. It's a diverse group of people coming out of colonial migration patterns, very different origins, very different belief systems and religions. We were small, no domestic market. Decolonization happened suddenly, and the British withdrew their military forces quickly, and it impacted a very large part of the economy. We were surrounded by much larger neighbors to our south, about 50 times the size of Singapore, and at the very outset objected to the very formation of Singapore and Malaysia. We had every disadvantage you could think of for a nation, and we did not expect to survive. We were not expected to survive. But that, to Lee Kuan Yew and the pioneer team of leaders, was converted to advantage because it forces you to realize that all you have is yourself. The world owes you nothing. You're a piece of granite rock. Fortunately, it's granite, by the way. Not even a waterfall or mountains that allow you to have a little bit of hydroelectric power, nothing. Just a group of people of different origins who are willing to work hard and had to fend for themselves and make themselves relevant to the world. And that mindset, thinking of yourself as not having the advantage of size or history, and that you've got to create it for yourself, turns out to be a phenomenal advantage.
So it was an achievement of collective will. I mean, I think back to the timing, the early 60s, there were a lot of Asian nations that were emerging at that time from colonialism. One can think of...
And African and Caribbean.
Of course, but if we just think about Asia and your experience within Asia, you had nations which I think economists were predicting would be truly powerhouse nations back then. Indonesia, the Philippines, Burma, Myanmar, all of these were tipped for the top. And yet, of course, we saw all of them in their different ways really struggle in the post-independence period. So was it just that Singapore had maybe it was size that allowed you to find a collective will that those other larger nations could not forge?
Well, I think it's a very difficult question, but let me put it this way. People think of Singapore as an economic success. That's what sort of catches attention very easily, per capita GDP and so on. But what was really interesting and unique about Singapore was social strategy, and most especially the fact that we took advantage of diversity, different races, different religions, and melded a nation where people were proud of being who they were, but were Singaporean first and foremost.
But was it melded from top down? And we can't get away from the figure of Lee Kuan Yew himself.
Yes.
It wasn't there at the beginning. He imposed it.
The natural workings of society would not have led it to that happening.
Right.
Not just in Singapore, but anywhere in the world. The natural workings of society would have just as easily and more likely have led to mistrust, discomfort, bigotry, and what we see in abundance in many countries in the world today. The most intrusive social policy in Singapore has turned out to be the most important. And it has a level of intrusiveness that doesn't come comfortably to the liberal mind.
What is it?
Housing estates. 85% of Singapore lives in public housing. It's not public housing that you are familiar with in the UK. It's not like your council housing, because when it's 85%, it covers the lower income group, the middle income group, the upper middle income group. These are middle class housing estates. But every single block of flats, block of apartments, and every single precinct requires an ethnic balance. That's intrusive.
How
because you're constraining...
It requires an ethnic balance in the sense the government decides how many of each ethnic grouping are going.
So once a particular ethnic group gets beyond a certain quota in that block or that precinct, the resale market has to adjust. You can't just get more and more of the same people concentrating themselves in the same neighborhood. And I'd say this is, when it was first done, I don't think we knew how important it was going to be.
I mean, it sounds extraordinary.
It was done because...
authoritarian.
So it was intrusive, and it turns out to be our greatest strength. Because once people live together, they're not just walking the corridors together every day, taking the same elevator up and down. Their kids go to the same kindergarten. Their kids go to the same primary school. Because all over the world, young kids go to school very near to where they live. And they grow up together. The lessons coming out of Baltimore, the lessons coming out of France's large cities, the lessons coming out of all our societies show that neighborhoods matter, place matters, where you live matters. It matters much more than economists thought. It matters tremendously in the daily influences that shape your life and the traps you fall into.
But I dare say, and this is where we get into a conversation about Singapore that isn't, as you say, just about extraordinary growth rates and economic success, but is about the way in which the body politic works. To some of us sensitive flowers in the West, the authoritarianism that underpins that approach to managing a society feels uncomfortable to us.
Yeah, so that's a caricature. I mean, even The Economist, which is not exactly a cheerleader for Singapore, would say, as it just did in its editorial form of obituary when Mr. Lee Kuan Yew passed away, that Singapore has free, fair, and regular elections. We are a parliamentary democracy, not in exactly the same mold as Britain or the United States, certainly.
No, I mean,
but we are a parliamentary democracy, and an elected government makes decisions which it feels are in the best interests of the country today and for the future. And we are accountable for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a democracy of sorts. You don't have a genuinely free, truly liberated press.
Not in the British sense.
No, well, not in any sense. I mean,
but in the...
Much as I'd like to take credit for the notion of a free press, it's not a British idea.
I didn't mean it entirely as a compliment, but as a description. But as a description.
You are missing page 3 of the Sun newspaper, and that's no great loss, I agree. But actually there is a serious point. When journals that are respected and have a role to play, like, you know, the Far East Economic Review, for years and years are hounded by government.
The rules are very clear and simple. Singapore is an extremely open society by virtue of the number of foreign publications that are circulated, well over 5,000. The fact that Singaporeans are probably more than any other society broadband penetrated. The fact that they're English educated and have access to a whole world of information on the internet. It's an extremely open society. There's no doubt about it. We are unconventional in requiring in our laws that we have the right of reply when foreign publications publish something that we feel is false or misleading. We just have the right of reply. And when publications, as you know very well, refuse to publish a reply, we impose restrictions on them that affect their advertising revenues. Unconventional, you might not agree with it, but the larger point is this. I think we all need some humility. We all need some humility on the ways that best advance a liberal order. To take Lord Griffith's point this morning, a liberal order economically, socially, and politically. We all need some liberty, some humility as to how we achieve that, not just for today, but for tomorrow. How do you sustain it? How do you best sustain it? The most thoughtful observers in the West of the view that you need some buffers, you need some margins of safety, and you need some compromises on some liberties in order to achieve others. And the freest possible media is not the only liberty we aspire to. I do think it's a good idea, by the way. It appeals to my ideals, but it's not the only liberty you aspire to. You do aspire to a liberty of being able to walk the streets freely, particularly if you're a woman or a child at any time of the night. You aspire to the liberty of living in a city that's not defined by its most disorderly elements. You aspire to the liberty of having an opportunity for an education and a job regardless of your race or your social background. And you aspire to a liberty of practicing your own religion without fear of bigotry or discrimination. Those are very important liberties in many societies, and they're lacking in many societies.
Well, I think we're getting into a very interesting area, and Singapore, to me, is the sort of body politic which we in the West struggle to define in a way, because maybe we have a slightly sort of simplistic binary approach to this. We either want, we look at free societies like, I suppose, mine or Western European or the US models, we would say free societies, and then we would look at a China, for example, and we'd say a not free society. They have capitalism of a sort, but they certainly don't have democracy. And we'd say not free and dysfunctional politically. You sit in neither camp.
Uncomfortably.
As far as we're concerned, we can't really pigeonhole you. But here's a thought for you. Maybe your system is coming to a crossroads or a turning point, because the digital age is changing things somewhat. The information flows and the top-down approach that your society has taken perhaps don't fit so easily into a digital age. And I just wonder, when there are theories about the relationship between political economy and innovation and long-term sustainable economic success through innovation, whether Singapore is going to have to change and whether the authoritarian model, if you don't mind me using that word, is going to have to be reviewed and fundamentally adapted. What do you think?
So, Lee Kuan Yew would never have expected that Singapore would remain what it is today forever. I don't expect, and I don't think any of my colleagues in government expect it's going to remain this way forever. It has to evolve. We start with the cards we are dealt with. We start with history shapes choices. And the history I described briefly earlier on did shape choices. It shaped social choices, it shaped political choices. But we must never be trapped by our history. We have to keep evolving. And it is a worthy ideal to aspire for a system where individuals are well educated, are good judges for themselves of the information they read on the internet or on the media, are able to make their own minds up. I think that's a worthy ideal to aspire towards. But how do we do it in a way that's self-sustaining? And to think that you simply, if all forces are let loose, whether it's the media or anything else, that you're able to achieve the liberties that matter most to people. Safety, freedom of religious belief, the freedom to aspire in life and achieve what you want through hard work.
But
those are very important liberties.
But simplistically put, is there going to be room for more individualism in Singapore in the future?
So if you look at Singapore today compared to not even 50 years ago, 10 years ago, it's a vastly different place. It's a vastly different place. Singaporeans are educated, discerning, skeptical, and critical people. They know what's what. There's no doubt about it. And Singapore continues to evolve. It's a function, of course, of the fact that we've had some success in education. It's a function of the fact that, as you say, it's a digital world. It's an open world. So there's no doubt about it. But let's not think that we are all moving teleologically towards that destination that you now see in the United States or UK. We'll all have to evolve, and we all need some humility as to how we progress democracy.
But will Singapore always be the kind of society where the government says, ultimately, you can't live there because the quota for your particular ethnic grouping has already been reached, you've got to go and live there? Is it going to be that kind of society forever?
That's imponderable. I think it'll be naive to think that you can lift it and people will automatically gravitate towards diverse neighborhoods, and you won't, in fact, get the reverse. Because if you look at the most advanced democracies, that's exactly what's happened. You have in the United States, you have in France, you have in Germany, you have even in the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, half the Muslim population lives in your bottom 10% of neighborhoods. Did it happen because of some random chance? Or does it happen because that's the natural workings of society? We have to address these facts honestly and realize that, look, human beings aren't perfect. Everyone has biases, discomforts, a sense of liking or distrust for each other. And there is a role of government and elected representatives to unify people. And it doesn't happen through speeches. It means you need mechanisms, you need instruments. They mustn't be too constraining on individual choice, but you do need to constrain something. And do you end up a better society or don't you? That's the test, not whether the government is right. Do you end up a society that people feel more comfortable in? That's the real test. It's easy to talk about Singapore, but quite frankly, this is a challenge we all face.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, I know full well that the sorts of issues that come out of making an ethnically diverse nation work are extremely important to a whole bunch of nations far beyond Singapore, not least my own. But it seems to me you are now facing some of the problems that other nations have faced for quite a long time. Let's talk a couple of specifics. One, immigration. Big issue in Singapore today. In fact, one could argue it's one of those issues which is prompting a new kind of very active, passionate debate where opposition is actually, coming out onto the streets, using the internet in ways that we haven't seen before. Because your government looks at the demographics of Singapore, looks at the need to keep growth going, and thinks, our own people aren't having many babies. We are going to have to manage continued immigration into the country to the tune of, I think by 2030, the plan was to turn a population of 5.3 million into 6.9 million.
Not a plan, but it wasn't a plan.
It was mooted anyway, and it drew an awful lot of opposition from native Singaporeans.
Yes.
So what are you going to do? You know, you've got this problem. You need the numbers, but immigration, like in so many nations around the world, is now a hot and difficult political issue. What are you going to do?
So it's a challenge that many countries face, and small countries face it more than others. Switzerland faces it in a very pointed way. Another small country that not only needs people for the sake of numbers, but its companies need talent and specialized skills to compete internationally. But we are a society. We are not just St. Gallen or Stuttgart or San Diego. We are a country. We are a nation. And that means it has to be a nation that people feel is their own. It's got to have social mores and a tone that people feel is Singaporean, but with an openness that allows us to take advantage of the skills and expertise and track records and networks of foreign individuals. So staying open, but remaining Singaporean at the core is what we have to achieve.
Well, that sounds
and it's a matter of balance.
What are you actually going to do? Are you going to bring in this new, 30% of your population by 2030 or not?
So we're already at 1/3 of our workforce that is foreign, and we hope to keep it there as long as we can without letting it rise indefinitely. And that's something we implement through labor market rules. We've got levies, we've got quotas, and so on. But you can't have a free-for-all. You can if you are one city in a larger country, but we are a country by ourselves, and you need a balance. And integrating foreigners in our society is just as important as thinking about the numbers, just as important as thinking about the quantity. You've got to integrate people as well as you can, and Singaporeans have to feel that, yes, this is my country, but I'm proud to be working in a world-class team.
Now, another challenge you face is on the size of government. You know, you've talked already with me about the investments made in housing, for example, and that's going to increase. I know it's a huge part of the public budget. Education, you know, British politicians are in the election, they say we're failing in education, look at Singapore, and they cite your amazing exam record and your numbers of skilled graduates and the way in which you skill up your people. So you invest huge amounts in education. If you look at the figures, you know, your government is actually an advocate of massive state spending. I mean, that's the way you run your country. And because you've got such a successful economy, you've managed to do it without, with budget surpluses until last year, where you just fell into a deficit. And I don't know whether you are worried that looking forward, particularly if you mix demographics with the size of your government and the ambition of your government, you are going to run into real problems.
So, I think we're a very interesting case of a country that has low government spending, by the way, by most standards, as a percentage of GDP, low taxes.
Well, as long as your GDP keeps climbing.
Yes, but our starting point is not a bad one. We've got relatively low government spending and revenues, but we are able to achieve the social outcomes that countries with much larger spending do. And how do we do it? I think one of the very important lessons of the last 50 years is that traditional concepts of welfare and social expenditure and government intervention have led to a weakening of private initiative and personal responsibility. Not because that was the intent. It never was the intent. It was never the social democratic intent to weaken private initiative and family responsibility. I mean, look at the Scandinavian countries. They used to be amongst the most hardworking countries in the world. The Swedes were incredibly hardworking, industrious people.
You're using past tense, are you? Have Swedes become lazy, or what's
present active tense. They're a good society in many ways, so I didn't mean to.
Well, Swedes will get the chance to comment on this in a moment.
They're a good society in many ways. They're willing to pay high taxes to keep their system going. But the point is, there are ways in which an active government can intervene to support social mobility, to develop opportunities, and to take care of the old, which doesn't undermine personal and family responsibility. And that's the compact that we're trying to achieve. It's almost a paradox.
You mean you're a bit more ruthless, is that what you're saying?
No, we are achieving a paradox of active government support for personal responsibility, rather than active government support to take over personal responsibility or community responsibility.
Do you believe in the concept of a safety net?
So we believe in a concept of support for you taking up opportunities. So we don't have unemployment.
I believe in the sometimes simplicity of yes or no answers. What about this idea of a safety net? Do you believe? Does Singapore believe in the notion of a safety net for those who fall between the cracks of a successful economy?
I believe in the notion of a trampoline.
Yeah. So people are just bouncing up and down in Singapore.
No, I mean, it boils down to what policies you're talking about. If you provide help for someone who's willing to study in education, to study hard, if you provide help for someone who's willing to take up a job and work at it, and make life not so easy if you stay out of work. If you provide help for someone who wants to own a home, and we are very generous in our grants for home ownership, which is why we have 90% home ownership. And amongst the low-income population, more than 80% own their homes. It transforms culture. It's not just about transactions. It's not about the size of grant. It's about keeping alive a culture where I feel proud that I own my home and I earn my own success through my job. I feel proud that I'm raising my family.
It is a
keeping that culture going is what keeps a society vibrant.
Yeah. Actually, sorry to stop you for a sec, Thurman, but I completely forgot to publicize this very important vote we're having, which you guys have all taken up without me even prompting you. So just by way of getting those who haven't voted to vote, you know, we have got this question, which we're going to review at the end, but we can see where it's going already. After 50 years of growth and prosperity, Singapore will face the same structural challenges as the rest of the developed world. Well, 71% of you disagree. Presumably you believe, as the Americans would say, in Singaporean exceptionalism, which is an interesting idea. Do you believe in Singapore?
No, I don't. I don't at all.
Right.
Very little of what Singapore does is invented in Singapore. Very little. Our whole, to use the jargon, SOP, standard operating procedure, whether it's in cabinet or statutory board or a small public agency, is look at the rest of the world. Try to get some idea, some technique, some method that has worked well and see how we can do it in Singapore, if possible, better. Try to avoid the mistakes that have happened. So that's an advantage of smallness, by the way. We never thought that we had it all in our minds. We never think today that we've got it all worked out and this is a successful model and that's it. We are never in a golden mean.
But actually, getting back to smallness, what you described, and it's fascinating, the interventionism of the Singaporean government in the housing system, for example, or indeed in the education system. I mean, it's been so successful, but it is so micromanaged. I mean, that couldn't happen in a large country, could it?
Well, I think the thought experiment that's more useful is what has happened in a large country and how could you have avoided it? How could you have avoided what's happening in how do you pronounce the French term, banlieues?
The banlieue, yeah.
Banlieues. How could you happen what I described about your minority populations in Britain? How could you have avoided Baltimore? How could you have avoided Ferguson? It's not rocket science. There are many thoughtful observers who point to what was happening decade after decade. And it's not about left or right, by the way. It's not about Democrat against Republican or Labour against Conservative.
It's partly about centralization and authority. In the United States, whether we're talking about policing or whether we're talking about education or housing, in the end, Americans want their decisions to be taken at a much more local level, by and large. You know, there's a fear of big government and Washington intruding in people's lives, and many decisions are taken not just at the state level, but at the municipal level, including things like policing.
Right. So
whereas in Singapore, you guys are quite straightforward. You've got an extraordinarily centralized nation-state, city nation-state, and it is all run from one place, the center.
Yeah, it is a city, of course. And if you want to compare it, you can compare it to other American cities. St. Gallen, by the way, is larger than Singapore. And you have to ask, what is the responsibility of elected representatives? If we believe in social inclusion, if we believe in opportunities for all, we have to accept it doesn't happen automatically because of the invisible hand of the market or the invisible hand of society. It happens because you've got policies that seek to foster and encourage it. And what happened in the examples I've just cited is that you've got policies that went in the other direction. And they trap people. They trap people where they started. If you're black, if you're low income, you end up where you started. I may be oversimplifying, but that's the tragic truth. And that comes out of 50 years of evidence. And we try to alleviate.
You think you are the world's perhaps greatest example of a meritocracy?
No, I'd never put it that way.
No? Oh, all right. Well, I'll put it that way for you then. You are.
I would say, I would simply say we've taken lessons from abroad. We've tried to do what makes sense in our circumstance, and we've got to keep evolving our methods.
Right.
We've got to keep evolving our methods.
I've got to shut up and let the audience ask proper questions in a moment, but one more from me. You've got a problem. Singapore made its great strides in the 60s, 70s, 80s, when the rest of Asia was, as we touched on earlier, many of its countries were under terrible misrule, misgovernment. Their economies were shot to pieces. And you guys, because you were extraordinarily efficiently governed, could make great competitive strides. It's a bit different now. I mean, Asia's full of tearaway growth economies. Obviously there's China, but there are many others too. Suddenly, the idea of Singapore being the great tearaway success of Asia in relation to all the others isn't so true, and maybe foreign investment, for example, might begin to think, you know what, Singapore's gone as far as it can go. There are other places we could put our money and see it bear fruit better than Singapore in the future. Are you worried about that?
Well, Singapore wouldn't be where it is today if it didn't have to compete very hard against formidable competitors. They weren't always in Asia, they weren't always in the immediate neighborhood, but it's always been about competition. And that's how we've moved up from one level, from highly labor-intensive, low-skill, low-wage production, to what is now basically high-skill, high-wage enterprise. And it's a constant race. But don't forget the intangibles. Don't forget the intangibles. There's some advantage in being constant, in keeping to your promise, sticking to the contract, and building confidence amongst every investor that in 20 years' time and 30 years' time, the rules are not going to change.
And being constant, does that mean that Lee Kuan Yew's family will always be in charge?
No, I think that'll be most unusual. It's a meritocracy. It'll be most unusual if that was the case. Certainly, it's not the way in which, I can't speak on behalf of them, but it's not the way most Singaporeans would expect it to be. And certainly, you really wouldn't want it to be a situation like, if you look at...
I thought you were about to say the United States, where it's either the Bushes or the Clintons.
So let me, to be frank, if you look at parliamentarians below the age of 30 in India, every single one of them is a member of a political dynasty. Every single one of them. So we believe in meritocracy. It's hard work, it's sometimes imperfect. There are always advantage in family connections and wealth, but we've got to keep working against that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Simon. I'm now going to get some sensible questions from the floor. I'll take two at a time. You, sir, if we can get... Well, where are the microphones? Have we got microphones? Yeah. So you, sir, and then we'll go over this side. Give us your name and your question, quick as you can, because we haven't got much time.
Sure. I'm Omar from Mexico. Mr. Chairman mentioned that he wants to control migration under a certain percentage. Competitiveness in Singapore is quite good in terms of economy, and a lot of companies are moving their headquarters to Singapore because of the advantages it represents to the companies. However, many of those companies are foreigner, and that means it will go over for a certain percentage of the migration. If that affects the competitiveness of Singapore, what would you address in order to...
All right. Yeah, good question. The next one. We'll take two at a time, so you go, sir.
Otto Lampe, German ambassador. I was very impressed by your explanation of the ethnic coherence and the source of political and social stability residing in the fact that you have balanced quarters. Now, what I think one should factor in from the point of view of my country is the issue of migration, not only the current situation of Northern Africans crossing the Mediterranean and asking for asylum, but I remember, please correct me if I'm wrong, that in Singapore, if you were a Filipino housemaid and you got pregnant, you were sent back home. So there is a sort of inherent, permanent limit to extension of ethnic diversity, and thus maybe part of the explanation why you have such peace and quiet in your quarters. Thank you.
Okay. Right, so 2 questions concerning migration. First one, given your determination to control immigration, could that run into a clash with your desire to see foreign companies headquarter in Singapore, to develop their operations in Singapore, because one might run against the other?
Well, fundamentally, what we aim to achieve is to provide a strong incentive for companies to upgrade their operations to depend less on manpower, period. Because a large part of the foreign workforce in Singapore is unskilled to lower to mid-skilled foreigners. It's not about, entrepreneurs or scientists or engineers. A large part of it is labor. And we are behind Switzerland, we are behind the advanced segments of Germany, we are behind the advanced segments of the United States and Japan in almost every industry with regard to our potential to reduce manpower and to rely more on technology and machines. We still have some way to go to become really at the front line of productivity and technology. And that's our ambition. That's the first strategy. It's about upgrading industry so as to raise productivity. But the second strategy that's very important is that when it comes to any form of talent, and we define it in different ways, it's about track records, education, and of course, market salary is a very good indicator of talent. We're an open society, but we encourage every company, Singaporean or foreign-owned, to think hard about building a Singaporean core in your enterprise. We encourage that very strongly. You can't leave it entirely to the market, but neither can you intrude too much in enterprise decisions because then you risk losing competitiveness. So far, I think we've managed this journey. We'll have to keep revisiting our methods and our rules every few years or so. But so far, we are managing the journey.
And the ambassador's point that you actually, to some eyes, take very draconian steps, or have in the past.
So we've
throwing out women who get pregnant.
Foreign labor is here on a contract under it's here in Singapore in a contract under conditions that they have to meet. We are strict on applying the rules, but the rules are known well in advance. The fundamental challenge Singapore faces is not, however, about foreigners, and we achieve harmony because we sort of kick foreigners out when they get pregnant. But that's a very, very small incidence of people, extremely small. The fundamental challenge is that we are ourselves a diverse society with quite different belief systems. And we think we can achieve a harmonious society through hard work, constant consultation and dialogue, and trust. That's our fundamental challenge. We are ourselves a diverse society.
Right, I love leaders of tomorrow. So leaders of tomorrow, put your hands up. Oh, there's one there waving enthusiastically. And then you, sir, twisting your arm around invitingly over there, you can have a go too. We're a bit short of time. So does everybody agree we can afford 5 minutes extra before we take lunch, because the questions are important? Do we all agree? Yeah, everybody's nodding. Good. Go on, sir.
Hello, my name is Girish and I'm from India. Well, since we're talking a lot about diversity in Singapore, I was just thinking that India had largely a very similar time span, and if you look at the diversity, it had a very similar endowment in terms of diversity in belief systems, diversity in populations, and in some ways, similar colonial past. So given the same, India, however, has chosen to take a different route and a different approach to things. And some might say that there is a lot that India could perhaps learn from Singapore, a major difference being in the size and therefore perhaps in the agility and the ability to enforce that Singapore has. So would you have some things that India could learn, perhaps, or countries like India could learn from Singapore?
Well, good. I'm going to stop you. Good question. I mean, in a nutshell, you're a very small nation. India's a bloody huge nation. But are there some universalities here that could apply across?
Right. Got to answer that just that one by itself?
Yeah, go on.
Okay,
go on.
Well, maybe a fairer comparison is to look at India compared to other large, complex societies, and China is a good example. India has the great advantage of a democracy, which ultimately I think is the most sustainable political system that we know of. but it doesn't have the advantage of accountability of elected representatives. China, in a curious way, despite not having a democracy in the political sense, has a very high sense of accountability on the part of its leaders. That isn't so for all authoritarian regimes, but it is so for China. And they have created a culture of accountability. I think India can create a culture.
I'm slightly baffled.
I think India can, you can come back to that if you want to.
Well, we don't have time.
I think India can create that culture. There's no reason why democracy should not have a culture of accountability with it. It just means that middle-class voters especially have to hold people accountable for what they promised and to see if they deliver. And it can be done.
All right, well, we're going to talk more about China and accountability over coffee, but we can't do it now. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm David.
Name,
I am
please.
David Timba from Uganda.
Hi.
Does Singapore today consider itself a developed country in the Harry Truman sense of development and development? And if so, what is its current geopolitical interest vis-a-vis dealing with the rest of the global south, including Africa and Uganda?
Well, the word developed doesn't figure very much in our parlance, in our domestic debates or anything like that, because as far as we are concerned, we just have to keep improving. We haven't arrived. As I mentioned just now, I spoke about productivity and technology. I can talk about other things. I think the way in which European societies have developed respect for blue-collar workers and accorded them a place in the workplace, in governance, and in society that exceeds most Asian countries. It's something that we still have to aspire towards. There are many things that have been achieved in the advanced countries that we still aspire towards.
And is it?
So I don't know what the definition of developed is. It's typically a some per capita income criteria, in which case Singapore sort of.
And I think the question I also want to know whether Singapore now sees a priority in developing relationships with the emerging and the poorer countries of the world, particularly in Africa.
We focus most of our foreign assistance and relations on developing countries in Latin America, in Africa, and especially in Asia. And to go back to a question that was asked earlier, I think we have to be quite honest about the fact that there are going to be limits to which we can solve the immigration problem in Europe or anywhere else in the world of the same nature by simply addressing it when they finally come. We've got to help countries manage their problems where they are. And we have to take very seriously the predicament and complexity of Africa and do our utmost through multilateral institutions and bilaterally to help them uplift themselves, solve problems at their source, not when they finally come.
As I'm just literally 2 days ago back from Zimbabwe, I would agree with that entirely. Now, we've got to end. I want 2 more questions, but I want both from women, because I've failed to call upon women so far. Right, we've got 2 women neatly lined up right next to each other. So can 2 short, pithy questions from 2 females to finish?
Hello, my name is Giselle Hongjie Wang from China. I've never been to Singapore before. I hope one day I will. So I can just ask a naive question, from a view of the outsider. I hope it's not entirely irrelevant. I think it's an exalted idea to encourage people to work harder and to have a decent life. But you mentioned something like that you would actually make life harder for people who are not willing to work in Singapore. And this actually reminds me of something I saw earlier this year when I was in the US. I was actually touched by some of the freedom some of the people enjoy there. They could actually, just have some unconventional and even chaotic years of their life. They could be anti-establishment. They, could just be different. But if your society works this way, won't you, deprive the freedom of people who just want to be wild and anti-establishment for at least for a period of time? Okay.
That's a totally great question, but let's hear the other one as well.
So I can answer it immediately?
No, I want to save for the answer. I don't want you to waste it now. Ma'am, what's your question?
Hello, I'm Hasmi Grigoryan from Armenia. And how did the development start in Singapore? Is it thanks to the political will, or it started from the bottom civil or economic level? And what is the level of democracy between the political right and the economic rights?
Right, okay. Well, let's do that one first, and then we'll get to the one that we all enjoyed. I mean...
So they're not unrelated.
No, they're not unrelated.
They're not unrelated.
But give me your answer to the second lady first.
Yeah, so in understanding the evolution of democracy in Singapore, you can't avoid looking at history, how we started, and the circumstances that we were given as a country that wasn't meant to be. Democracy has evolved. It has strengthened. And I believe it has to strengthen further. But let's not think that the way to strengthen it further is to simply leave everything without restraint. It hasn't worked in the most advanced democracies, and it's not going to work especially in a diverse Asian society.
But 80 of your 87 parliamentary seats are taken up by the ruling party, Lee Kuan Yew's party. I mean, that's not healthy, is it, really?
Yeah, it isn't. If you look at Alberta, since 1971, you've had the same party in power, and today it controls 70 out of, 85 or something like that?
Yeah, so it's
Canada is a thriving liberal democracy.
But yours is a
don't hit too hard a government that works very hard to do what is in the interest of the people and has a good track record.
Okay.
Right? Don't hit it too hard.
Okay. And then, second question is, in Singapore, there isn't room to enjoy a few years of quote-unquote wildness.
Right.
You can't.
So unfortunately,
where's the creativity? Where's the chance to kick back, think, and smoke something interesting?
So there are two parts to that question. First, you're free to be as wild and wanton and take time off and do what you'd like with your life, but you don't have to get state assistance for doing so. That's the point. The point is, how do you, with a limited budget, whilst keeping tax revenues low, keeping spending low, how do you apply it most effectively? And I believe the best way to apply it is to reward personal responsibility. I've got nothing against people taking time off. In fact, it's not a bad way to live your life, to take some time off from time to time. You re-energize yourself, you think of new ideas, you might switch jobs. But the unfortunate fact of the last 50 years is that governments that gave money without conditions, in other words, as long as you're unemployed, you get it, and you get it for an extended period, did not anticipate how it would change social culture. Unfortunately, social culture changes, and it changes in response to incentives. And we don't want that to happen in Singapore. The more serious point, though, is that it is true that developing Singapore into a more innovative society, which is what its future has to be, does require a certain amount of free play of ideas at the level of the individual and groups of individuals. And we have to allow for that. And I don't think allow for that means we just mimic what the Bay Area and the United States is. We are a different society, but we've got to evolve. We've got to give more free play to the individual and to individual choices. They may be right or wrong choices, but people will learn with time.
Well, if I may say so, that is a very interesting answer, and I just think your entire presentation has been fantastic. So apologies from me, because I've made you all late for lunch. It is now lunchtime, but ladies and gentlemen, before we go to lunch, just please give the warmest of warm hands to Tharman Shanmugam. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Harvard Innovation Lab. This evening we have Michael Skok back for what I count to be more than 10 times to present his Startup Secret seminars. Thrilled that you guys are all here this evening. Tonight, Michael's going to be talking about turning products into companies. And without any further ado, I want to turn it over to Michael. So thank you all for being here.
Thanks very much, Neil. And I hope that we'll have a lot of fun this evening, as usual, because we've got two great guests. So I'll get quickly into introducing them. But I want to give 2 minutes background on this evening's session. So as you know, Startup Secrets started as a course that would help people who've not had the chance to go through an experience of starting a business, to find out what's it like and what are some of the things that you might want to think about. And it's a program that's really designed around the idea of having a framework rather than answers. The framework being a basis for you to investigate the right areas, and the case studies and examples that we bring being examples that hopefully will stimulate you to see what comes into practice when you're actually doing your own business. But as we did that framework, one of the things that kept coming up is that people start in many instances with an idea or a product. And I know a lot of you are in that category here this evening too. And when you start with a product and you've got an idea about how you might build something, a lot of questions come up that are unique to you as perhaps a developer, or however you think of yourself as a product designer, or perhaps just an entrepreneur who's trying to go after a new marketplace. And so this evening's session specifically came out of all the questions I've been getting, or we've been getting, as a stream of consciousness for people who are trying to take their product and turn it into a company. So with that, let me introduce our two guests. First of all, we're lucky enough to have Greg Favalora. Greg, if you'd like to just stand up and make sure people know, welcome here. Thank you, Greg. So Greg is actually going to give us a story that I feel is very moving, because he's brave enough to share all the challenges he went through of having developed a technology that really struggled to find its market. And because of his learning and experience, he's obviously gained so much, and he hopes to share that with you in a way that you can step through that experience, hopefully without some of the challenges that he went through over many years. And then we're lucky enough to have a multi-time successful entrepreneur and founder who just recently backed again, John McElhaney. Welcome. So John is most recently CEO of Belmont Systems, but is going to give us the case study on SolidWorks. So what do these two companies have in common? Actually, a lot. As it turns out, both of them are involved in the 3D world. So with that said, let's jump into the mainstream of tonight. So which do you have? Is it a feature, a product, or a company? Now, maybe you don't think of this question, but as a VC, this is exactly how almost every entrepreneur that approaches us quickly gets qualified. And interestingly enough, tonight we're going to think about, is 3D something that's actually a feature, a product, or a company? And we're going to have two examples about it. But what I hope you will get a chance to do is start to ask yourself the question in terms of how you frame your own idea. Is your own idea just a feature, or something you really believe could be a big product, or more importantly, something that you're willing to invest your life in to build a company? So how might you go about doing that? Well, let's start off with a challenge to each of you. There are 5 things I've put up here: messaging, photo sharing, check-in, and directory. I'll give you a clue. Each of these has turned into something. So I just want to start by asking anybody in the audience, is messaging a feature, or is that a product or a company? What does anybody think? Feature. How many? Let's have a show of hands for feature. Okay, lots of features on this. Actually, quite a lot. Lots of people saying features. Okay. How about those who think it's a product? About another, I don't know, 20% or so, okay? Who thinks it's a company? Very few people. Okay. So we'll see about that one. Okay, just we'll bear in mind what you said. I'm going to ask a question about, let's see, what about check-in? How many of you use some kind of check-in when you go to a location? Is anybody a mayor of something? Show of hands for a mayor. Any mayors here? We've got one mayor. Only one mayor? Can't believe it. Come on, this is a social group. All right. Is that a feature, a product, or a company? Feature. A lot of feature. Anybody think it's a company? No, it's a company. Okay, but does that mean it's a company? Just because it is today, does that mean to say it's going to be a long-lasting company? All right. I've already tipped my hat here. Clearly, everybody's onto the Foursquare one. So messaging. A lot of you said that you thought that was a feature, about a third of you. But messaging is all that Twitter does, basically. They took SMS and moved it online, and guess what? There's quite a lot of people who use that. So maybe we now have a different view of that. It's certainly a product. And I would argue that some people think it's going to be a very big company. We don't know yet, of course, and we could send out. Now, directory. I mean, a directory of friends, if somebody said to you, okay, that's all I'm going to do is give you a directory of friends, you probably wouldn't have thought that would become a billion-user network called Facebook. And that's part of the challenge of this. If you look at any one of these things, they might start as a feature and turn into a company. Now, one of the ones that I didn't talk about intentionally, I didn't quiz you on, is photo sharing. But I can tell you, I would never have expected photo sharing to go from 0 to $1 billion valuation in a little company called Instagram at the pace it did. So how did that happen? I mean, did they just get lucky? Or was there something that they did that was right? Or maybe it was a combination. So these are the things that I think we want to investigate tonight. We want to try to figure out, what is it that makes some of these just a feature and some of them into a real company. My favorite example is this one. When the iPad was first announced, there were a lot of people who just wrote it off. Oh, it's just a big iPod. It's going to do nothing significant. In fact, it's staggering that Apple could come up with such a crazy name. It's just like, how could this possibly be anything significant? It's become the most successful single consumer device ever. It's changed almost everything we do. In fact, we now talk about the post-PC era because of the rise of the tablet. And what was going on there was probably something that every one of us hopes that we'll have, which is somebody had some vision, which, by the way, in Jobs' case, he declares that he never even asked audiences about it, to say that things would change if you gave all these capabilities to people into a magical device. So some people have this in a very visionary way. Other people have it in a very disciplined way. The point is there are probably all sorts of different ways and no one answer that you could turn up a feature into a product into a company. But whatever happens, I do think it's worth stepping back and trying to figure out what can we learn from those things. So, shift happens. That's my polite way of saying it. And we're going to hear that story from Greg, because he has some pretty good examples of what it takes along the way. And what I really want to point out here is that you might have a great idea as you start the initial process of building your product or company. But things change dramatically, markets in particular, and the pace at which they change sometimes is phenomenal. For example, the mobile world is probably the fastest changing market segment I've ever seen, just by virtue of the adoption curve that it's on. So during that period, what you don't want to do is obviously find yourself dropping into this gap where you've developed something fantastic, but unfortunately it doesn't take off like the iPad. And you're finding yourself now, with a lot of investment behind you, maybe your life, worse still, your life savings, and you just don't have the either momentum or the chutzpah to get across that gap. And I will tell you, that's probably at least 2/3 of the companies we see in the venture world. They just never get across there. And this is not a crossing the chasm only thing. This is a significant gap that we see in terms of the way people approach how they even start out, building their product. So I want to bring this to life right away by inviting Greg up here to share with us how he encountered his challenges with his original invention. So Greg, welcome. Good to have you up here.
Hello. Hi, it's nice to meet all of you. I'm Greg Favalora, and I'm going to tell you a 5-minute version of what is usually a hour-long story when told in other venues about inventing and almost commercializing 3D displays when this process of tech looking for a market starts out kind of awesome and then becomes painful, and then it becomes this patent sale a whole 12 years later. And by way of introduction, this was a previous chapter of my life that ended about 3 years ago. My day job is helping to run a product engineering consultancy up the road in Arlington that does lens design, everything from the Xbox Kinect to toys. So this was our product. The company, Actuality Systems, which was based in a number of places. It started in my apartment in Central Square, then moved to Reading, then moved to Burlington, then moved to Bedford before we collapsed. Created this device that looked like a crystal ball. For scale, I show it there in the corner with a Sharpie pen. It would create imagery that looks like a hologram, about the size of a basketball, or actually about the size of a head. And it would create floating 3D images that you could see without having to wear those glasses that you wear at the movie theater and see it from any point of view all the way around. For example, here's a picture of a cancer patient who's doing very poorly. He has a brain tumor and is laying down looking up at the ceiling. In after 8 years in existence, we thought was the best use of this technology was planning cancer treatment methods using external beam radiation oncology. So it's a complex product, and I won't really go into it in much depth, except to say it worked by shining thousands of patterns of light onto a rotating screen really quickly, 10,000 times a second. And that took quite a few technical miracles to work out. So this is sort of the one slide of my little lesson to you tonight. The overarching lesson is that even if you have an awesome product, you really do need to deeply understand at least one market where warm-blooded, actual human customers will write you actual checks that you can cash in a bank. And you need enough money, more than you think you need, especially if you're working on hardware, to make the thing so that it really works well. It always takes more than you thought. Okay, so this is a painful tale. So at first, we figured that if we built this hologram, and mind you, this is something I was obsessed with since I was an 8th grader entering this kind of stuff into science fair contests. We thought if we built this amazing thing, people would buy it. So we had some guesses about who would use it. I mean, we're not completely idiotic. We thought at first it would be extremely useful in mechanical CAD, which is the relationship to the other speaker tonight. We thought that customers could save tons of money if you could do virtual prototypes out of light instead of wasting money on interim prototypes or rapid prototypes, or what was then the first 3D printing bubble back in the late 90s. Anyway, we focused on this epic task of building this device. It turned out with insufficient funds. So in phase 1, in 1997, when all these .coms were getting money, like barbecue sauce portals and like weird chocolate bar things were raising tens of millions of bucks, it took me 2.5 years to raise a measly $1.5 million from angel investors. And it was so hard. Me and my friends working in a basement, like I said, in Central Square. It got to the point where I talked to, I think, 40 different venture capital firms, a ton of different angels. I just needed $1.5 million. I finally got one guy to say, yeah, I'll give you $100K, but you have to raise another $300K before I'll write that check. So at least he was the first guy in, or first gal in, so to speak, and then I can do my first close. So the technology problem was, at the time, I was coming out of college and grad school where I had a gadget that looked nothing like what we were trying to sell. I had this thing that was like scavenged penlight lasers, 64 lasers from those things that you use, that I ripped apart and put on a board. And then I was bribing these Harvard physics lab machine shop people to like make them for me after hours. And then I had this like spinning mirror and a spinning little piece of plexiglass, and it kind of made like a little thing of HIV enzymes float in the air. And it was so insane that we weren't getting any money. So finally, I introduced myself through a lot of work to this guy, Poe Bronson, who, if you were around in the 90s doing startups, you would have heard of Poe Bronson, who wrote an op-ed piece in the Wall Street Journal saying, isn't anyone making anything anymore? And I was like the poster child for that. It was, here's a kid in his basement looking at HIV. Why isn't anyone writing him a check? And that's what it took to finally get that first bit of money. So a lesson there was about having chutzpah. Like you just got to be hustling all the time. An example of hustle in the late 90s was have an envelope of information about you on your person at all times. So if you have a chance to like accost Larry Ellison before he gives a big talk at Harvard, or someone like Poe Bronson, you could say, hey, let me do a favor. I'll take you to the airport, but can I just tell you about my startup? Okay, bye. Because then like after the talk, everyone with lesser guts than you accosts them, and you've kind of missed your chance. So I'll stop talking about this first phase in a moment, except to highlight the technical difficulty. It was a 100 million pixel display. Who cares? Well, that's 100 times more than most displays. That's probably a 1 or 2 million pixel display. It was the highest resolution display ever built, and oh, by the way, it was a hologram. And to make it work, you basically needed like dilithium crystals. You needed this thing called DLP, which is a little semiconductor chip that only TI made, and TI is the biggest pain in the butt company to work with that you'll ever find. And we had to beg them for years to give us this chip. And oh, by the way, there's no data sheet, so we had to reverse engineer how to talk to this thing. So that sucked. And we're only 6 people. But I got my $1.5 million, and we got an office, and hooray. So in phase 2, this is what my board lovingly called the many-year fishing expedition looking for a market. So we had raised maybe another $8 or $9 million or so in a series of rounds. They brought in a mature grown-up to run the company who came out of Silicon Valley, places like McAfee and Netscape. And he looked at this really kind of weird prototype that we had that sort of barely worked, and he took on the task of, let's sell this thing. Let's see if people will write checks for this gizmo. And they did. We had a lot of research labs who wanted it, a lot of grad students who thought it'd be cool to do three-dimensional graphics on it. So this kind of brings us to the second or third or whatever lesson, which is listen really carefully tonight when he teaches you about what a whole product is and what the distinction is between a little component, like a spark plug, and a solution or a big thing like a car. For example, in our case, we had a display that would connect to a computer either from gigabit Ethernet or this thing called SCSI, that probably only half of us here remember what that is, and an API. So an API is a way to talk to this device, but that assumed that the customer was really smart about computer graphics programming, meaning like only a handful of people in America. So I had just enough money to place this one bet, which was, okay, not only does my software team need to completely reinvent how rendering algorithms work and how to draw a display device in cylindrical coordinate space, which no one had ever done before, let's use our last remaining pennies to build what's called an OpenGL API. That way, if they have a well-behaved graphics application like SolidWorks or a thing that shows pharmaceutical designers some molecules on the screen, they plug in our software, plug in a display, and boom, whatever they were doing continues to work while a hologram of all this stuff floats in the air. And that got us a lot of the way there. But it was also this beginning of a long, painful story for us. So the very condensed version of what happened was we did what our mentor said and what any smart person would do, which is to figure out a market, go to a whiteboard. On the horizontal axis, write the names of market segments, things like mechanical CAD, pharmaceutical design, luggage scanning. Remember, this is like just post-2001. Military visualization. Porn was really never on the list, and that was kind of weird anyway. Video games, oil and gas, and a couple other things like that. Then, on the y-axis, you write the 10 biggest accounts you could think of, or the accounts that you could sort of reasonably hope to get into. And you talk only to those accounts. You work your tail off trying to get into those places. You might have to write letters. You might have to sit on their doorstep. You might have to fax them, if you know what faxing is. Or send these little brief emails. And we could talk later about what a good email looks like, and that's some supplementary material available to you guys after this class. In none of those cases, here's a seduction that'll trip most of you up. In all of those cases, they said, this is the best thing ever. Your parents must be so proud of you. I want 10 of these. And you say, great, write me a check. It's $100K. And they go, oh, I don't have $100,000. Can you show me a paper explaining why it's worth $500,000 so that my check will kind of earn me $400K in profits? And I'll say, no, I'm really sorry. And so you go on to the next market. So the lesson there is, if you're going to go waste a whole ton of money on engineering, make sure you don't just know the names of markets or the workflow of those market segments. Understand who'd be writing you a check, why they would make money from writing you a check, and so on and so forth. Really map the living heck out of this flow of money. And as an engineer, I have this sort of then when I was younger and naive, anti-salesperson, anti-marketing bias. I thought if you're not using diodes or writing code, you're just wasting my time, go away. And that a good salesperson was just usually like a guy, who had like a hairy chest and like this big necklace and stuff. Oh, I was so wrong. When I started doing marketing and sales, I realized this is really hard stuff. So it would have been much wiser if I and if you had budgeted some money for a really good marketing person. And by marketing person, I don't mean at first writing ad copy, even though that's valuable. I mean someone who does product marketing, someone who could really deeply understand a customer and really define the market that customer buy into, and then do the all-important, almost as important as a CEO job, of betting the entire company to write something called a marketing requirements document that defines what on earth the engineers and their crazy cubicles have to make. So several lessons in one there. So what happened? We failed to identify that market. At the last minute, by the way, we did realize it could help cancer patients, but none of the venture capitalists we talked to in 2006 or 2007 cared. Some of them understood medical devices. Some of them kind of sort of understood displays, but no one understood both. And I'm sure we had a lot of missing pieces that they wouldn't tell us about, but that's another topic called, if they don't hand you a term sheet, they're saying no, but they never say no. Phase 3, I'm almost at the end here. We brought in yet another CEO after a very horrifically scary year where I was the CEO of a company of 20 people who I didn't hire. We raised a little bit more money. And our CEO said, Greg, man, I love this display stuff. We got to stop making displays. No one's giving us money. But we know about drawing pictures of cancer, and we know how to do fast processing on this thing called a GPU, and I know a lot about prostate cancer. I know, let's convert the company into one that will write machine vision software to help radiation oncologists plan a very prevalent form of prostate cancer treatment called brachytherapy. It's gruesome and it's like a squeamish kind of thing, but essentially it's about a third of all prostate cancer patients get this if it's early stage prostate cancer, where you put 100 little seeds that are radioactive into the prostate, which is about the size of a walnut, and it's really not visible too well on ultrasound. And we thought we would cure that problem, and we almost sort of did. And to get there, I had to completely pivot. Man, I hate that word. And pivoting for us meant forget your photons, forget 3D displays, forget holograms. You're going to go to your physician, get like 10 vaccines, so you'd be allowed to sit in these really bloody, scary procedures at like Brigham and Women's Hospital and stuff and watch all these things. And we learned a lot, and it didn't help because in 2009, the market tanked. So there we were. We had raised $15 million, which seems like a lot, but it's not over 12 years. All that was enough to do was make a product that just barely made a 3D image, and then year after year, we called it putting lipstick on the pig. Just improved it a little bit, but the core of it was kind of bad. Furthermore, we never figured out the market. So I urge you to raise more money than you need, especially if you're selling atoms and photons rather than bits, and really understand the market. So what happened? So in 2009, our CEO left. He said, Greg, I'm expensive. I'm going to do you a favor and leave. Good luck to you. Try to go close some deals. I looked at the books and realized I had 1 month of cash in the bank. So I pleaded to my employees, can I just pay half as much and maybe help me put these things in boxes onto eBay? We called up, and you ever wonder like what do companies do that go out of business with all this stuff? There's a website called cleanoutyouroffice.com. And these two guys show up silently, like with this red carpet, and they kind of come and they take everything away silently. It's like the dude who fixes problems on that Tarantino movie, Pulp Fiction. And they're cool because at least they share the profits with you, and that helps you do something. But we never threw away the patents. My board was smart enough to one day insist that I file 100 patents. That turned into 30 patent applications that turned into 20 patents, and we held on to those. And I tried to sell them because I thought I should go down with the ship or at least try my hardest for these 70 angel investors that I had. And I got a job because I have a family. We tried for 1.5 years to sell these patents, and everyone said no, except for one publicly traded company, and that was awesome. And we worked for months. My wife and I knew all our financial problems would disappear if we could just sell these patents. And then the week before signing, what happens? The president's gone from that company. So I'm like, oh my God. And I became like depressed. This stuff happens and no one wants to talk about it. You get depressed because you think everything's solved and then like the trap door is pulled under you. But our patent broker, and I could teach you about patent sales later if any of you care about that stuff, said, Greg, yours is not going to be the first patent portfolio I don't sell. We're going to keep doing this. So he kept at it for another 6 months. Finally, we got an offer from a company and when a deal is going to happen, it happens. Like there's no hemming and hawing, the paperwork gets done and it's done. So just a couple weeks later, this thing was sold. So I had a small exit from it, my CEO had a small exit, and we wrote little tiny checks, a couple dollars or a couple tens of thousands of dollars to people who had given us millions, but it was non-zero. And that gave me some sort of refreshing pause there. Anyway, if what I have said in the previous X minutes resonated with any of you, Michael is making available to you all the full 60-slide epic of this with a lot of tips on things like how to close a sale or what books to read to write your own patents and things like that, and that'll be on your website. Thank you.
I don't know about you, but the most important thing that I heard at the beginning was this one word. There were a lot of this going on in the audience. Just wow. Is that what you do? You create a 3D display? That's just incredible. And so that was my first reaction when I was listening. I was at an MIT class where Greg was presenting. I was like, good God, that's an incredible invention. And if you think about that invention, there just must be many, many applications for it. Yet 12 years later, as Greg has just taken us through, there are a lot of challenges to turning what was a breakthrough technology into a business. And so tonight, the goal I'm going to try to bring to light is how might we have helped Greg if we'd had him in this class 15 years ago. And that's what this is all about. This is like, how could we think about things before we trip into all the challenges? So Greg, thank you for teeing that up so beautifully. That was an awesome job. So here is the product company gap. And actually, literally, I think there are so many things that could fill it that to just relate it back to our Startup Secret series, there are 3 in particular, obviously, that I would focus on. There's the go-to-market, there's the business model, and there's the execution. And I'm going to focus on just literally pieces of those that I think will help you tonight. And I'm going to do so by bringing John up here later on to talk about the SolidWorks story. This is SolidWorks' product that John and his team built, and that is the company that they built that ultimately became part of Dassault Systems, and you can go past that building anytime you want by the Waltham Reservoir there. So this stuff on the other extreme can work. And so what's the difference between these 2 stories, and what can we learn from both? We'll hear John at the end so that we don't steal all his thunder. Now, the first thing I hear from almost everybody that I'm trying to mentor is, it's all about the product. Well, it may be. I mean, certainly if you think about what I hear from most entrepreneurs, Apple just creates such amazing products, they're going to fly off the shelf. Well, we're going to look at that a little bit, because it's always Apple that I hear people refer to. But here's one of the things I want to point out to you that's important, because it's something that you need to know in advance. When you first start your business, 100% of your expenses almost invariably are in engineering. It's everything about building that product. But then it changes to expending money on proving the market acceptance. And you could hear in Greg's case, that started a little bit later than you probably would have wanted it. You know, he mentioned he obviously wished he'd got a marketing person sooner, in particular a product marketing person, to do that product market fit. So it starts to flip. What's interesting is that as you start to repeat and scale, sales and marketing literally flips to being all the expense of significance. So I'm just going to ask you, how much do you think as a percentage of percentage of sales, Apple spends on R&D? Anybody? Just like, give me a number. 5%. Okay. 5, 10 I heard over here. Anybody more than 10? Any bids? Anybody more than 10? Okay, so somewhere between 5 and 10%. Okay. What do we think they spend on sales and marketing? Way more, okay.
Yeah, because marketing is all, if marketing is your pipeline, it's about pull. So you have to create awareness to have a pipeline, and without a pipeline, you don't have a business.
Thank you. Could you come join me for the second half? Kind of useful. I think we're going to have a good spokesperson here. That was great. Absolutely right. So here is the latest set of financial statements. You can go download these from Edgar's anytime you want. They actually spent 2% on R&D, a shockingly low number. Now, it's not a low figure because they're a big company, but 2%, just think about that. It's triple the amount in SG&A. And this is very typical. This is not just Apple. This is Rohit's company, Demandware. Public company, but was a startup here in Massachusetts just 7 or 8 years ago, well, actually 9 years ago, I should remember, I was there from that day, where we had 100% of our original spend, on the product team, give or take. And now we're headed towards a place where, even in Demandware's case, we will be twice as much, we'll be spending twice as much on the sales and marketing, and that's not including, G&A. So this is a very typical flip that happens. And in general, I would like you to think about this. You're going to try to build a product where you can reduce the cost of all that SG&A. The more effectively you build it, the more specifically you, for example, intersect a market, and the more friction you take out of the go-to-market process and enable your customers, then the more likely you are to have a successful business model at the end of it. So what if you thought about this like an architect, and you planned right up front and said, we want to end up being a very profitable company where we know we make 20%, drop it straight to the bottom line, and we want to have a product that's going to fly off the shelves? How would you go about building your company? And how would you go about building the product to make that experience the case? So that's what tonight's really about. This is our agenda. And I'm going to try to get through at least the first 2 sections fairly fully, and then cover at least one piece of the last piece. And what I want to talk about is how we can develop value and validate it as a product, and then how we can design it to fit the marketplace, and introduce a couple of terms that will build on some of the things that I know people here use a lot, like minimum viable product. And again, I see some of you snapping pictures and stuff. Don't worry, all this is up on my site. In case you haven't seen up the top, you can just go to mjskok.com. This will be up there literally live as you walk out of here tonight. So let's start with developing foundations. The thing that I hear most is, people obviously want to try to build something highly valuable, and usually with some kind of a notion about what they're going to do to solve some kind of a problem. and then they want to validate it. And if you're doing all that right, then obviously you're probably onto a winner. But there are lots of challenges in that. The first thing I'm going to try to do is help you extract the most value from it. So when you start your development, you could just develop it all yourself, or you could think about how could you develop the minimum viable product, and then even less than that, only the piece that is your core value. Now, I cover core as part of my business model session, but basically it's the notion that you literally only build what is your exceptional capability. So in Greg's case, he had this capability to, for example, create a 3D image. But displays, that wasn't a core competency, right? I mean, Texas Instruments had that core competency, and he ended up being dependent on them. That's another story. But you want to try and find out what it is that's your core piece. And John, for example, will talk about that when he comes to tell you tonight about what he's doing in his new company. Then, to develop faster, I really recommend you think about things that are changing in our world. We didn't have this when I was building products, but crowdsourcing is a great way to build products. You know, when you go to put up your website, is that your core competency? I doubt it. Go use Odesk or Elance or whatever for your landing pages, or create some basic wireframes using people who are probably a tenth the labor cost of what's here in Massachusetts, in Estonia where I was last week. There's lots of places to do this stuff effectively. And then find ways to be just smarter in terms of how you co-create things. This is a whole section unto itself, so I want to give you at least a clue to it. The first secret I want to give you is something that I see the really good startups do over and over again. They don't build everything as though the only customer is outside the building. They immediately start thinking about how could they build on themselves. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you know you've got, for example, a multi-level product. For example, let's say you've got a design tool that is used to customize your e-commerce site. Why don't you do exactly what we've done now at Demandware? Create a platform that your internal engineers actually use to build your product on. Why? Because immediately you're creating a customer relationship, even though it's an internal customer for your product. You're forcing yourself to see whether your internal engineers can actually use your platform and whether that platform actually is going to work when you now expose it later on to the outside world. It's such an obvious thing to do, yet I see very few companies do it. The good ones make this really quickly a part of their culture so that they're always thinking about how do we serve the customer? How can our platform be more open, more extensible, etc.? So be your own customer. And then on this open extensible thing, if you've got a core that's really tight, think Linux and all the various different pieces that have got built around it, then make it open and extensible so other people can do things like add drivers to it, which would have been wonderful if we could have taken Greg back and said, hey, Greg, what if you'd been able to do this OpenGL thing from day one? Would that have made a difference?
Yeah, would help.
Yeah. I mean, he right away, once he got that, was able to interface with other products that had this standard. And he said something very important there, which is he also made open APIs, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. And then, we have a world which is full of communities now building open source. Literally millions of lines of code that's available to you free. Why not access it? Don't build everything. If you can avoid building it and just use other people's developments, then leverage that. The largest community in the world of open source happens to be a company I'm lucky enough to back called Acquia, building on Drupal. There are over 1,000 people who contributed to building Drupal 7. It's the largest open source community in the world. And there is no way that Drupal would be as successful as it is if it wasn't open source, because nobody could possibly develop all the features and functionality that's required to move at the pace of the web, to do everything from integrate with Facebook at one extreme to PayPal at the other extreme, and in between with CRM systems. So this is something that's very fundamental. So before you jump into building your product, think about how could you build it effectively and very efficiently with all those kinds of ideas. Smarter, faster, better, cheaper, effectively. Then the next thing is value. I would say this is the challenge that I'd want you to think about, maybe even step one, in fact. Before you even build your first feature, what problem is it that you're solving, and who are you solving it for? And how significant is it? Is it really, really important? This is the subject of a whole workshop in of itself, the value proposition workshop. But I'll just say something that's so critical to the thinking here. Remember when we first heard Greg's invention, we went, wow, 3D. That's huge. I mean, that must be enormous. We all inherently think, things must be 3D because we live in a 3D world. But 12 years later, you are still seeking the market, right? I want to ask you a challenging question, because I know, is Gordon here from MIT? Gordon, did you join us? Yeah, he does, great. Gordon is not to pull you up out of the blue. Gordon is somebody who's looking at developing a 3D product, and I know you're advising him. Do we know what market there is for 3D yet? Seriously, I mean, it's a big challenge. Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, sometimes people ask me, well, if I had the money to do it right or the cheapo technology to do it again, what market would we look at? As far as I know, the only successful auto-stereoscopic display market are these handheld gaming devices, the Nintendo 3DS, and maybe viewfinders for 3D cameras. But I still think that given a cheap enough core technology, all of the markets that we were looking at become open again because the barrier to sale is much lower, and they might buy it for a novelty, or maybe I'll get lucky and have a return on investment.
So I think that's, sorry, question.
But I just want to add one point before you ask that question. So a real difficulty we had through the life of the company in assessing if a market was a good fit was that for visual products, we couldn't figure out how to demonstrate an idea or get meaningful feedback unless we built the thing.
Right.
I couldn't figure out how to send a smart marketing person in to ask questions because invariably everyone would imagine liking a hologram, but it wasn't until they saw it that their answers became meaningful.
Yeah, yeah. So the paper prototype didn't work in your case. Right. This is the thing that I want to get clear, first of all, is that if you don't know what problem you're solving and you're not clear that it's valuable, we're in trouble right there. And so this is why we don't want to be in the situation where we just invent technology or find some breakthrough and get all excited about it. And in particular, what I want you to try to do, even before you go anywhere near building your minimum viable product, is just ask yourself this question. Do you have a problem that if you solve it is really valuable? Because a minimum viable product is irrelevant if it doesn't solve a valuable problem. And to be specific, viable does not mean valuable. They are two very distinct things. And I see way too many people caught up in this, I've got a great MVP, but what problem does it solve? I don't know. Well, then you really don't have anything. So it's this valuable piece that's so important. Now, in the workshop on what is effectively the value proposition, we talk a little bit about how do you qualitatively value this. And my simplest recommendation to you, if you haven't watched that workshop, is just do a before and after scenario. And the before and after should answer what Greg was getting at, which is, okay, if somebody didn't have a 3D display before and then they had it afterwards, what did that mean? Did that mean that they had some little bit of joy, or did they relieve some incredibly chronic pain? And afterwards, they ended up with incredible joy. Well, as you can tell, Greg did actually end up focusing on a marketplace where that potentially could have panned out, which was in the medical world, where literally removing people's brain tumors could have been incredibly valuable. But it's not an easy thing to do this, and it's what you really need to focus on very early on. Now, we're lucky to have Abby Fichtner with us, who's actually just recently done a workshop on agile validation. Well, actually, validation. I call it agile validation, and I'll come back to that. But the validation piece is a very important part of this, because you don't want to guess this stuff. You want to get out of the building and figure out what the customers are for this particular proposition and understand why they think if they buy this, they will get incredible joy. Now, there's an important thing Greg said earlier on, which is, by the way, selling is an important piece of your validation, but how you sell and who you sell to is also extremely important. So you mentioned, for example, Greg, that you sold to researchers, and that turned out to not really be a big market, right? This is a big issue. Lots of small companies find what might be what I would describe as the mirage markets. Mirage markets are all over the place. Research labs is a classic one. You really don't have a market until customers are paying for something. And trust me, even if you think freemium is a great strategy, we'll talk about it later on, in the end, your validation needs to be dollars. And then Greg said something really important, which is, it's even more important, even when they start paying for it, to ask this question about why. Why are they paying for it? What is it that they've said, I'm going to actually spend money on this for? And until you understand that problem, you haven't done any validation. So I'm not going to recreate all the great work. I encourage you to go look at Abby's talk, which gives you a lot of the great tools for going and doing this. My favorite one is still, for all the landing pages and web prototypes and surveys you might do, go get yourself some prepaid customers. If a customer is willing to write you a check for you to actually deliver something, then they've probably got a real pain. And Kickstarter, for example, is in effect doing that. But obviously, it's just in a little different form. It's in a crowdfunded form. So I mentioned value proposition. You can find it on the site. There's one other piece for you to really understand tonight that I use a lot, which is what I call the gain-pain validation. And that is to say, you really need to understand not just the gain you're giving your customer, but the pain they have to go through to actually get that gain. So Greg gave a perfect example of this. If, as he came up and answered that question, if 3D displays were, $100 and they were incredibly easy to plug in to everything we did every day, then I'm sure we'd all use them. In effect, the gaming market has in fact done that. They've found a way to make it easy enough for people to get on their Nintendo or whatever it is, a 3D display that actually gives some value, whether it's just fun or entertainment, and at a lower cost enough price. And so that's the pain piece. If Greg could have reduced, I see him nodding, all the pain of producing that display down to $100, I mean, you probably would have opened up a whole bunch of markets. And I bet there will be some 3D markets that will open up. This would have been the Greg Center, and maybe it will be in the future. So that's what we want the rest of you to figure out, is how do you become part of the Greg Center? So the next thing I hear is people have what I would describe as multifaceted value props. And what are multifaceted value props? Well, here's an example. One of the companies that came in to pitch us this week, actually they're already an investment of ours, is selling security solutions, password solutions. And on the one hand, they sell these to e-commerce sites like Demandware and to banks that need secure login. On the other hand, those people aren't really the customer. The real customer is the consumer who logs into those sites, to either buy goods or to do transactions. So they've got a very challenging problem. They've got to get both the consumers excited about their solution, and yet they've got to have the merchants enabled or the banks enabled to actually make that solution really work. That's a multifaceted value proposition. That's tough. What if you could just pick a problem and say, look, if I solve this problem for you, produce, for example, a product that makes it possible for you to check interference on any engineering part you ever do in 3D, and by the way, as simply as you ever drew in 2D, would that be valuable? I guess so, is the answer that John's going to share with you later. And you've got one customer, the engineer or the designer or whoever it is, and you've got one value prop. And I really encourage you, because I hear this so often, to not get caught in this. If you've got multiple audiences, pick one and find one starting value proposition for you. Okay, again, just to reduce that whole value prop section to this next piece, there are a lot of things we talk about. For those of you who've been in the session, finding discontinuous, defensible, disruptive innovation, for example, and then finding markets where it's unworkable, unavoidable, and it's urgent. But there's also one piece that I want to bring out, which is, where is it underserved? Where is the marketplace not being well served for the problem that you might develop? And then this leads to what we're going to talk about now. How do you target that and segment it? So Greg already brought this up. And most people talk in terms of product market fit. What I'm hoping to do in the next 5 or 10 minutes is to show you that product market fit is not a simple thing. It's actually very important to double click on it and figure out actually go-to-market fit. So in Greg's case, I think he talked about this whole idea of coming up with market segments. And how many years were you into your business when you realized that this was important?
Well, we weren't all dumb, but
yeah.
So we listed them on day one,
yeah,
but we didn't understand the true complexity of a lot of them until year 3 or 4.
Yeah.
For example, the word medical imaging is actually diagnostic, interventional, and then 10 subspecialties under that.
Exactly. It's segments within segments within segments. And this is the thing I'm going to encourage you to do. When you look at product market fit, don't think about your market as medical. Think about it as medical imaging and then go down into the next segment, until you can really figure out what is the basis on which to target your product. So when you talk about minimal viable product, yeah, you might shrink your product down to a small piece, but it's still, unless you've figured out which segment to go after, a large area for that product to cover. And so it's all about trying to find this fit. So it's actually hard to put this up in pure simple graphics. So I'm going to actually use the whiteboard to do this with you, and then we'll use my slide afterwards. So actually, let me steal one of these ones here so we can keep Greg's stuff up. So the idea that I want you to think about is as follows. If you could find a bullseye to initially target, and the bullseye was incredibly well defined, was very tightly defined, and your product perfectly mapped it, then you would have a product market fit. And if you could keep that as a consistent fit as you went customer after customer, then you'd be very successful. But usually what I see is this. People define their MVP. They say they've got this marketplace, for example, medical. And now They go out and they start talking to customers. They find one over here, one over here, one over here, maybe one over here, one over here. Which one do you pick? Which one's right? And if you just go down the typical process that most people go down, what they'll do is they'll start building features for this person, start building features for this one, maybe pick a few there, and pretty soon what happens to your minimum viable product? It starts becoming a pretty big product. It adds a lot of features, a lot of functionality, and what you've really done is just expand your need for resources, the one thing you don't have lots of. You don't have enough engineers, you don't have enough cash. You're trying to actually conserve that until you get to some repeatability. So what I want you to do is this. I want you to do the exact opposite. I want you to look at every single one of these guys and say, what is their need? What's their pain? And how can I find one or two of these that line up, that actually have exactly the same pain and need? And when you do that, two things happen. Number one is your product, as you move to match those needs, doesn't change. So now you don't have to expand the footprint of your product. And number two is your roadmap for your business about how you meet those needs is completely consistent. You'll find the same channels to go after them, the same messaging and positioning, the same tactics, and so forth. And I purposely drew this on a diagonal because the mistake that most people make is to say, oh, a vertical or a segment, oh, that must be SMB, or maybe it's medical versus government, or maybe it's financial versus consumer, whatever. The reality is it sometimes doesn't fit neatly like that. It's actually sometimes completely different to that. It might be people who have a specific, for example, compliance need, and compliance might work across, for example, pharma and financial services. In fact, it might be anybody, just to give you an example, who has the need to trade derivatives. And that's actually any Fortune 1000 company that does anything internationally. So it may fit across multiple verticals. And so the point about a segment is it may be unique to your particular product, and it may not be neatly defined. So I'll try to just show this to you on a slide so you can get beyond my handwriting. So we're trying to avoid this stretch, this fit and stretch problem that first occurs by trying to go after too many needs that are dissimilar to start off with. And instead what we're trying to find is a product market fit solution where every one of these needs that you identify is the same. And at that point, you have what I call a minimum viable segment. So the minimum viable segment can be tested very simply. It gets tested by, do things repeat without you having to change your product and change the way you go to market? If they do, you've found a segment. And what I mean by repeat is literally customer by customer, can you meet their needs? And as you repeat your product, does it say the same? And if it does, you're onto a winner. You're now going to be able to continue to move this business forward without adding more cash, adding more engineers, trying to change your marketing every time you go out to market. And it's a tremendously magical thing because another great thing comes out of it. You get referenceability. You start to dominate this segment where now with 1, 2, or 3 customers who all have the same needs, who can talk to each other and say, yeah, I'm getting the same benefit as you, you start to become known as the leader in this segment. And because it's not big, hopefully you've been nice and defined about it, you can dominate it really early on and quickly define yourself as being the market leader for 3D CAD/CAM in whatever it might be, engineering and so forth. And that's what we want to get you to. We want to get you to a place where early on as a startup, you're starting to have traction. So I'm getting lots of hands up, so let me pause here. Go ahead.
So I want to know, how do you find these pain points, and how do you get these prospective customers to talk about their pain?
Okay.
The problems that they have.
I'm going to repeat that question, but in case anybody else wants the mic. How do you find these customers, and how do you find their pain points to repeat? John, do you want to take a shot at that? You've done this many times before.
I'd love to tell you that it's a really simple solution. It's this. It's shoe leather. I think the point that Michael's making is there are so many people. You want to get rid of the people that sort of show you all the buying signals. I'll share one of the failures of a company that I led called CloudSwitch, where right after the 2008 credit crisis, it was a company that was helping basically people take their data centers and extend it to the cloud. And every customer I went to, I mean, I saw buying signals like I've never seen before. People leaning in, people kind of wanting to get started, but nobody was willing to necessarily write a check. Some did, but then closed looping it, People wrote checks for the wrong reason. And so I think the answer to it is you just got to get out of the office and you got to get in front of people. And so try and pick 2 or 3 people in the same segment. And if 2 or 3 people sort of say no, guess what? It's probably, the worst is not the people that say no. The worst is the people that say yes. And then so you got to grade it yourself to sort of say, are they saying yes to be polite, or yes, they're interested? Are they giving you the Japanese yes? Like, yes, I heard you, but not yes, that I want to move forward. So that's what you got to look for. And I think the danger is when it's biased. And what I mean by that is, if it's only you going to that customer or a couple of customers, that's dangerous. If you have a partner or somebody else you can have to help you kind of balance your view, I think that's also very powerful and beneficial. But it's shoe leather. You just got to get in front of a lot of people and categorize it. Same segment, different customers, different vertical segment, whatever.
So I really think, by the way, there's no possible way that I could have said that better. You really do have to get out, meet, greet, and go through a lot of kissing of frogs before you figure out, where your prince is. But in particular, what I do recommend is this, and I'm sure John did this in many different ways, which is create your score sheet, your scorecard. And it's going to evolve. And you saw the way I put out, the dots. In effect, you want to create, every time you hear a need, try to get really specific with the customer. Ask them over and over again, did you hear the need right? What is this particular need? And what if I solved it, what particular problem would I be solving for you? And then here's the critical piece. And what would you pay for that? And don't forget to ask that question. And then, if you really feel like you've got them at the place where they say that they will pay for it, ask them, okay, so would you be willing to write me a check in advance? I'm not saying you're going to get this a lot of times, but you're onto a winner if the answer is yes. And actually, I've started 2 companies where I had checks before I got any funding from customers.
Michael, can I just give you one? I'll give you one visual to take away, because there may not be a lot of things you hear tonight, but I think this is one of the most important. Way back in the time machine, there was a company called Computer Vision. That's where John Herstick was the founder of SolidWorks, and he and I met and worked together. And Computer Vision was getting crushed by this company called PTC at the time. And Computer Vision spent, I think, probably $50, maybe even $100 million trying to build a next generation product. And they were all over the map. And I remember John Herstick going out to San Diego and met the development team out there. And the guys that were running the project were kind of frustrated because they weren't getting any traction, they weren't making progress. And one of the guys, I probably shouldn't say his name, but he I'll call him R, because that was his first name. He said, John, what should we do? And I think this is a visual. I'm a visual person. Put this in your mind. He sort of said, I'd padlock the door, and I put a big sign that said, nobody can come in here until they sit down with at least 3 customers. So when you ask the question about it, it's shoe leather. Padlock the door, get out of the office, and go talk to a bunch of people.
Great. So just to keep us on track, I'm going to move on to the sort of the follow-on from this. So this hopefully is now very clear to you. We have a challenge to move from minimum viable product to minimum viable segment. If you do it right, once you've figured out your minimum viable product and you've got your segment sorted out, then you get a repeatable product. And you're onto a winner when you're starting to do that. And in the answer to your question, by the way, what happens is these needs need to line up. If they're over here and over here and over here, you've got your problem occurring again. And you want to be willing to throw these out in order to stay on this. So let's wrap this segment, just because I want to give you enough of a framework that when John comes up, you can see it all fit together. Hopefully you now understand that if we can get this minimum viable segment, we're going to find a way to keep your product footprint and resources focused, and we're going to be able to get people who, with the same needs, will reference each other, and ultimately you'll be able to get a beachhead, a segment that you can dominate that will ultimately be the place that you build off. Now, there is one thing that I've also taught in the value prop class, but I want to cover quickly here, and that is trying to find a segment where it's not just a nice-to-have need, it's a blatant critical need, especially if in the business-to-business world. And so I'm going to use an example that I live with every day, because mobile is so hot that I see dozens of mobile startups all the time, and they all come in and say the same thing. Well, there's 1 billion smartphones out there now, and so if I get 2% of that marketplace with this new app, I'm going to have a really successful business at $4.99 an app. Sounds great. Reality is a little different. The reality is there are a lot of people who could potentially use a mobile app. So how do you zero in on a segment that's actually going to have a real pain point and a real critical need. And this is really just designed to give you an example of it. What if you said, instead of anybody with a mobile phone, you said, well, mobile professionals? Well, that's at least perhaps now getting into the business world as opposed to just consumer, but there's a lot of mobile professionals. What if you then said field workers, and those are as opposed to desk workers? And what if you said people who are out in the field servicing goods and products, as opposed to salespeople? Now you're narrowing it down again. What if you then said servicing medical equipment, as opposed to just, for example, fax machines? Well, not fax machines. Geez, I'm dating myself. For example, postal machines. The classic office equipment. And instead of businesses, you said within hospitals. And then you said, let's go one step further, that those machines were being used for critical care. So now we've got all the way down to a place where instead of, for example, doing something that is not mission critical, if these machines are not serviced, somebody dies. Okay, now I think we've got to a critical need. People care about that. So we've actually just taken a path that has got nothing to do with the particular size of the business or particular feature function. What we've done is we've figured out where there is a pain point where you need a mobile professional who can go out in the field and service medical equipment in hospitals for critical care, where if it isn't done, people die. That's what I want you to do when you come and talk to me about building your business. Figure out where is there a blatant critical need that will have such an impact that you just can't live without it. And that's what this segmentation exercise should really be about, is figuring out how to both get those repeatable requirements, but also in an area where people really care about it. Now you've answered that value question that I was talking about as well, which is to say, if you solve this problem, is it valuable? So it's not just a viable product, it's a valuable product. Make sense? See a lot of people nodding. So putting all that together, this is no longer just product market fit, it's about go-to-market fit. It's about narrowing your target, segmenting it, and it's vital, as I mentioned right up front, for everything being consistent, for messaging and positioning, all the way through to how you deliver your product. And those of you who've seen my classes before will know that I'm never going to give up on this subject. The number one thing I wish startups did more of is focus. And as narrow as possibly to start off with. What people always come into my office and do, I've actually rubbed the diagram out, but is they come in and they say, well, we've got this big market opportunity. I'm delighted to hear that. But if you go after it all at once, it's going to be like boiling the ocean. And so what we're always trying to get you to do is think about those small segments that you can dominate to start off with. And I wish that the story wasn't this way around, but most startups fail because they've tried to do too much and they end up contracting on failure. I would far rather you could expand on success, even if it is one customer at a time. And the most successful companies do that. They figure out how to build up from that success on each of those particular problems that line up one customer at a time. So because people ask me this all the time, there's a post up on my site about it. How do you get the balance between wanting to get somebody excited about a big market and at the same time starting with something very small? And the post is entitled Vision versus Execution. But I keep getting more challenges about it. So even with the post, I've added to it this following diagram. Think about Greg. He had his technology breakthrough. He figured out how he could create a display out of thin air, which is stunning. So he had a vision, and obviously he went through a lot of execution to get through this. What if we'd helped Greg in advance write out a roadmap to say, Greg, over the next several years, we're going to turn that into a feature, a product, a solution for a particular marketplace that you can ultimately build a company around with a business model, etc. If we could have set that roadmap up for him in advance, life would have been a lot easier because he would be constantly validating. He's nodding, so I must be on the right track here. And for you as product people, because a lot of product people say, well, I don't want to hear about the business stuff. I want to hear what would it mean for you as a product. It's basic things. How do you get usability up front? How do you get partners and services and whole product in your product? How do you get the solution into the hands of real customers that become referenceable? How do you get the market segmented, win your beachheads, get repeatability on it? And then how do you get to a place where you now can afford to actually involve the next set of engineers to build a product line that gives you a scalable business that ultimately turns profitable? It isn't actually a lot more complicated than that. There's just a ton of execution in it. And along the way, you'll be building a team that can do that. And as actually you were hearing from John, a lot of the challenge here is figuring out how to do that at scale. So I'll give you one simple view of a roadmap, and I give you one startup secret to go with it. If you're on the right track if you always validate this from the customer standpoint. So yes, I sit in a lot of board meetings. I'm very happy to do so. But I am absolutely the most irrelevant person to impress in the board meeting. Who cares what I think? I would far rather you came in and said, here are the 10 customers that care about this, this, and this, rather than, hey, we met our cash flow forecast. It's meaningless whether you hit your cash flow forecast. What matters is that you're answering a customer need and that you're proving to me that you've moved from having just a feature to a place where customers are buying it repeatably. That matters. That means you're moving down this roadmap. And so no matter what anybody tells you, create the basics for metrics to validate along this roadmap that are external. Figure out whether it's a net promoter score, which some people love and others hate, or whether it's retention, an upsell, which drive huge amounts of value, or lifetime value, whatever it is that you want to use. Make sure it's customer-based. If you've got customer-based metrics to validate your progress on the roadmap, you are going to know whether you're on the track to building a feature, a product, or a company. And so this is, I'll add to that post because people keep asking me about it, and hopefully this gives you a sense of this. All right, well, we're starting to close this gap. We have validated value, not just features, and we've designed to fit go-to-market. But now what we want to do is architect to attract those customers. And I'm going to talk a little bit about at least a piece of what comes into play there, which is the go-to-market and business model. So how do we architect to attract? And basically, I was trying to think of a way to explain this in a simple term, and that's take all the friction out of it. And it's what I call creating slippery products. The notion of a slippery product, going back to my gain-pain ratio, is that all the cost associated with a customer seeing, trying, buying, implementing, deploying, and owning your technology, what if we could take it to basically zero? Take all the friction out of it. This is the piece of the value prop workshop if you want to go look at it in more depth. What if we could literally make it possible to slip into the lead? Imagine that everybody else is running on the running track with shoes, and you suddenly get your own lane now, which is ice, and you can just skate along it. You're gonna kill everybody. So that's the visual I want you to have as we go through this. We want to define ways that your product can become that slippery. So what is slippery? It's a little hokey, but bear with me. The idea is that somewhere in here are some gems that you could all find that will help you move forward at breakneck pace as a skater. It's simple, low to no initial cost. It should install easily. It should prove value quickly, play well with others, be easy to use. The ROI should be obvious, and your customers should be in a place where they can't live without it. It's that sticky. I will guarantee you that if you figure out how to do all these things, your product will sell a lot more cost effectively, and that whole equation I started with up front will be a much more profitable one for you. So let's jump through these. Simple. Simple should be simple, right? Why is it that, you've all heard these quotes? If I'd had more time, I'd have written a shorter letter. I could go on and on. There's many of them. I even had a hard time thinking, how should I get simple across? So I went back to first principles. Okay, well, it's the opposite of complex. And simple, if it's an advantage, means that complex is a disadvantage. Okay, so how could we actually express that as an equation? And I came up with an equation, which I won't bore you with how I got to it. It's really simple. And that is that your advantage is your innovation times the simplicity. And I'll trust that each of one of you is smarter than me to figure out how this might be disproved. But I also really believe this. I've tested it over the years, and what I see is this. Any innovation, if it's simple enough, has the potential to be adopted. The more complex it is, the more likely it is to run into all the issues that you were hearing Greg talk about. How would you get it to integrate with something? How would you get it to work with existing solutions? Or how would you even realize its potential? And so you can find this on the website, don't worry. But I will tell you, if you think through the simplicity of your product as the basis on which people can actually understand it and work with it, you will find that it will give them advantage. And my favorite example of this, when I first gave this talk, actually a long time ago, to give you a sense of how long I've been working with this thesis, was when Microsoft came out with their entertainment center. Their remote was actually more complex than the one that's up here. I couldn't find the most recent image of it. But they had dozens and dozens of buttons. And then Apple came along, and they had 3 buttons. And guess what? That did everything that did. And which one was more successful? That doesn't exist anymore. This one isn't yet, by the way, a product in mainstream for Apple, but they've sold millions of units of it. And actually, people use this for controlling their PCs, etc. And there are examples that people are finding very popular today. So how many of you remember knowledge management? I'm really dating myself now. It was a huge category. Good, there are a few other people here who do. Knowledge management was supposed to be a multi-billion-dollar market. For some people it was. There were companies like Lotus Notes that got going and built on it. It's nowhere today because it was horribly complex for people to put knowledge management in place. Along comes Evernote. Evernote is built as note-taking. It's incredibly simple. It's probably the best knowledge management tool I've ever used. Why? Because I can just access everything about it. I can capture notes, take pictures, even take recordings, share it with anybody anywhere in the world, even if they don't use Evernote, on the web. Now, of course, some of that infrastructure wasn't there for when knowledge management was created. But, it's obvious. If you try to go in and pitch this to somebody, that is a lot of work. That's what knowledge management used to look like when we were pitching it. And yeah, I used to have to sell this stuff in one of my companies. Wouldn't you rather just take out a tablet and capture it that simply? So this is why simple is so important. And I've already mentioned to you one of the key things that I recommend you do, which is really give up everything other than the core capability that you have of value as the starting point for your product. Try to reduce it to the absolute essence of what it is that you do uniquely well for somebody. And then everything else, either figure out how to leave it out of the box, or more importantly, figure out how to work with others to partner with them. And I think that is the essence of why so many products are successful or unsuccessful. Okay, so that's the simple piece. The next piece of slippery, L, low to no initial cost. This is a favorite for consumer apps. People are always trying to find frictionless ways to get trial. I'm a big believer if you can take the cost out of customer acquisition, that's great. And certainly it can be very successful if it helps you identify customers or have them identify themselves because there's no barrier to them trying something. That's a wonderful piece of it. There's a wonderful article, for those of you who haven't read it, I've put the link up here. It was written a number of years ago by the editor at Wired about Freakonomics and how free is actually the new black in those days, that people would say is going to help you, get your product to market. But I will be clear, it's not the be-all and end-all. There are some real failings to it. So free fall actually is what happens to startups that just never figure out how to get beyond this. They realize that they can get lots of customers, but guess what? People are paying are valuing it as to what they're paying for it, which is nothing. If it costs you nothing and there's no barrier to it, and you heard Greg give an example of this as well, then they're probably not valuing it. And the perceived value is often zero too. If you're giving something away, people don't value it as a premium product, obviously. And ultimately, you do have to upsell these people to have a business, unless you're a not-for-profit. So what's a good example that I think has done that very well? I could have used lots here. I picked LinkedIn because a lot of people, I think, were really skeptical about LinkedIn. LinkedIn did this very well. Initially, it was absolutely free, and for a whole range of people, it still is today. I don't pay for LinkedIn, yet I get value out of it. And what they did was to give people a way to network and connect with each other that gave value, but they monetized from people who would actually use that network, headhunters, recruiters, and so forth. So for you and I, we're getting value by the connections, but for people who are actually in the recruitment business in the HR world, it's actually a network that they can tap into that they can charge for. And so what you really want to do is figure out early in your value proposition where it is that you're going to monetize. And initially, if you're going to go the free route, give value to people so that they will engage with it, because there's got to be a virtuous circle for people to actually engage. And then if you're really smart, figure out how to do it with some kind of virality built in. Virality is usually something that causes people to immediately take an action when they see the value of your product so specifically that they want to share it very quickly. And the quicker they share it, the more viral your product is. So this, what I call value, virtuous circle, viral network is what you want to build if you're in the consumer world. And try to do that in a way that gives you a basis to later monetize it. But be aware that if you don't monetize it in some way, free doesn't mean anything except you're not delivering value. So onto the I in slippery. You want products that install easily and integrate well so that they're not tripping you up. And I'm astounded how many times great innovation is built in isolation of where it's going to get integrated. It turns out this is the whole reason that enterprise software is dying. It's because people find it so hard to implement it. Have you ever heard of this term shelfware? Shelfware is because people don't think about this particular factor. So you know that, so why not think about it up front? It's again, reducing the pain for customers to try, adopt, and deploy your product. So what are some of the ways you can do this? Well, The strategy that Microsoft adopted very well when it was behind in the web was something called an embrace and extend. They literally went in and figured out how to embrace the web and extend what everybody else was doing. They didn't try to take over the browser initially. They were very clever about how they went about this. It was a great strategy, and that term's now been used many, many times. You want to try and do the same thing. Embrace whatever everybody has as either a business process or a product or infrastructure, and then extend it. And openness and extensibility has become a whole way of building products. In fact, I pulled this graphic out of some work we're doing in the open source world, where the growth of open APIs is just taking off. When Greg was around and he was trying to get his OpenGL API out, it was probably considered quite a big deal to have an open API. Today, everybody has open APIs. There's open APIs for almost every web service you can think of. And I really encourage you, instead of saying, OK, we're going to build everything, figure out how you might integrate with all those RESTful APIs. For example, why would you ever create a payment engine? There's many different ways that you can use payment gateways today if you're in the commerce world. And thousands of different merchants now accept, for example, whether it's PayPal or if you want to use X-commerce underneath it, means to integrate that. So you don't need to build that. You can just use it, and you'll be much more easily integrated into people's workflows if you do that. And this is the thing that I really want to get to, which is a non-technology thing that people forget. There is an assumption, I hate assumptions, but this is one I want you to make. Change is risky, painful, time-consuming, and costly. It just is, especially in the enterprise world. But it is even true for consumers. People resist change all the time. So imagine that you have incumbents, whether they're applications or they're operating environments or business processes, or the biggest one of all is usually human. People just don't want to adopt new processes. If they've learned a way of processing an order and you come in and tell them they've got to learn it completely differently, you are putting up a barrier to entry for yourself. You are creating yourself a cost. So learning, for example, to operate a 3D instrument is hard. It turns out people are still struggling with this. We looked at a company that was doing haptics, again, spin out of MIT. The problem wasn't the technology. It was training people to actually use this for real applications. It's a lot of friction in that. So whenever you're building your product, think about how you might make it install easier. And the simple way to think about this is that products that integrate and play well with others encourage others to play with them. So again, because we have Rohit here, I will just give the example from his company, Demandware. When we first were investing in the company, we knew that e-commerce was a complex area, and so we focused on building the platform. But we also knew that at some point, it would become important to integrate with all of the people that are involved in, for example, order processing, the back end, customer fulfillment, etc. And then all of the people that, for example, would be at the front end doing the marketing and then experience management, etc. So we created an open API, an open program called the Link program. And we made it possible for other people to integrate with us and us to integrate with them. In fact, we started pre-integrating all that stuff. So now when people came to buy our platform, what happened was they knew right out the box they could get all of this capability without having to do any work. That's taking the friction out. And I'm not suggesting you do this right up front, but I'm suggesting right up front you think this way. You think about how might you create an open and extensible platform that will integrate well with whatever is in your customer's hands. Okay, on to the first P. You want something that proves value really quickly. How many times have you downloaded an app from the App Store and deleted it within 2 minutes? Anybody here done that? Lots of you. Okay. That's what, obviously, we're trying to avoid. We want consumers to get instant gratification out of something and say, hey, I've got value from this. Let me start using it. And in the enterprise, it translates to something a little bit more complex, but it's just as significant, which is rapid payback. People don't expect instant gratification, but they expect payback within a 3-month period would be ideal, but certainly within 6 to 9 months and not greater than 12 months. If it takes you longer for your product to give value than 12 months, you're in trouble because you're going beyond people's budgeting cycles even. And in this day and age, people want results fast. So rapid payback is incredibly important. But how do you do that? It's easy to put these things up. Well, here's a tip. You can actually create self-proving value in your products. And the really good companies I'm seeing today build this into their products again from day one. They're actually putting in place the metrics and the visibility into what's the product that's being used for. This is from one of our companies, Nasuni, with the analytics on exactly what value is being delivered by the product. So they'll take a baseline right away when the product goes in, and they'll show you this is how much storage you were using before, for example, and this is how much we've reduced your storage and reduced your cost. So you're actually measuring for the customer right there, so they can't even avoid it, how much value you're delivering to them. Now there's no question about whether you're delivering value. It's being shown to them. So self-proving value through analytics is a fantastic thing to build into your product early on. And it will help you in your justification, your business case, and in many scenarios with your customers. The next thing we talked about was, if we're starting with a very small minimum viable product, something that's really tight, how will it build to meet real broader needs? So you mentioned one of them, which was reliability, availability, scalability. This is not so much targeted at that. But if you have a set of functionality you want to disclose, I'm a big believer in doing it progressively. So that's the second P. In other words, don't confront somebody with everything so they're literally like falling off a cliff with this huge learning curve. And it's just so difficult to jump into. But take them step by step through disclosing the capabilities of their product. So this might be a difficult concept to grasp without an example, so I brought one here. Turns out the company I was mentioning earlier, Acquia, has a challenge with Drupal. Drupal is so broad, there are tens of thousands of modules for it. And what it does is enable web publishing for people who want to turn their companies into a media company. So, for example, connecting with everything from your customers and partners and suppliers to your fans, or if you're not for profit, to your contributors. That's a lot of functionality. So we decided what we'd do is create a product called Drupal Gardens that would literally get you live on the web, designed to online in 15 minutes. That's a very different experience, by the way, than what you would have if you went to the open source Drupal.org and tried to put all this together and create a website in 15 minutes. There's no way you do it. So we did that, but we also realized that the minute people did that, they'd quickly start asking questions of like, okay, but I want to do things like, for example, put blogging on there, or I want to have a community and enable people to connect with me. So we would enable them to just turn on modules as they needed them, but not right up front. We did not give you 10,000 modules out of the box. That would have been totally overwhelming. And then, by the way, if you get to a place where all these modules that we've put together for you simply are not enough, we go one step further. We can actually say, just export the whole thing, and now you can take any of the 10,000 modules you want out of Drupal and create your own site, so that there's no lock-in. So this is a completely seamless experience. It's not perfect, but it's made a massive impact. It created tens of thousands of sites within months of launch, and through things like templates and so forth, there's just a huge plethora of sites that have been created very successfully with this progressive disclosure approach. So I really encourage you again to think about that, progressively disclosing of features as part of your slippery products. Okay, we're on to the first E, which is easy to use and apply. And here I have an expression that I've used for years, which is UBI. What the hell is UBI? It's not something from Star Wars. It's out-of-the-box experience, which was if you open up the wrapping and everything felt great right out of the box, you had this amazing moment where you just would like dying to use the product. And if you notice, people even pay attention to that in packaging. Well, in software and in services and so forth, have that same experience. Give your customer that just absolutely delightful experience where they want to engage with you. And you might say, well, why is this a big deal? I'll give you an example that's very real. And by the way, simple things like templates that I just showed you for things like theming, etc. That's why Apple was successful with its, many of its products, is that they gave you templates right out of the box to make beautiful photo albums or to do things very simply. But in the enterprise world, that is the single biggest reason that Siebel struggled. Siebel went through such torture with its customers to get their products up and running. And so it was an easy target for Salesforce to come along and say, we're just going to give them a delightful experience. It was like, no-brainer. You don't have to install anything, and right away you can start using it, costs you very little, and the experience is going to be great, and you can customize it and start adding stuff. That's why this is important. And a whole company has disappeared, in my opinion, because of this. And a whole new one has emerged, and it's a Goliath in our space. So this is really important stuff. Okay, on to the R. Your ROI should be obvious. So in consumer experience, this is probably not that important. Consumers don't think about ROI, but they still think about, they're spending something to get something. But in the enterprise world, it's totally critical. You need to have a quantifiable ROI. At some point, when somebody starts writing big checks for you, they will ask you for what the return on this investment is going to be. And it should either be increasing revenue or reducing costs, or maybe in your very early stages, because it's not easy to show ROI with an initial breakthrough, it might be so new, it should be at least driving competitive advantage. And certainly in the early markets, so that's what people look for. The visionaries are looking for competitive advantage. So again, how might you do this? Well, you can build on that idea that I mentioned earlier of self-proving value. But you can also do things like one of my companies, Unidesk, did, which is They built a calculator, and they can show you why what they do, which is desktop virtualization and the management of that, is going to generate a return for you. Turns out it's a complex problem, and they solve it. They reduce storage. They make it easier to manage desktops, which are very expensive. And they can give you an ROI right out the box. And finally, you want to have a product that is sticky, that is something your customers can't live without. So it isn't a question for them whether they get up the next morning and use it again. They just have become completely and utterly dependent on it. Now, I mentioned that iPod story up front, the big iPod. How many of you have got iPads? Lots. How many of you would be willing to give them up? Nobody. Oh, one person. Okay, I need to hear why.
I think I have an iPhone and I have a Mac, and it's just sort of in the middle. So that's the one thing that I can kind of get rid of.
Okay, so Apple saturated you. Fair enough. You and my wife would get along great, because I have way too many products in between. But the truth is, we have all become very much dependent on now, whether it's our phone or our tablet, as a means to do everything from communicate to entertain ourselves. And so whether we call it critical or not, it certainly becomes sticky. And so we want to define products that really fulfill some kind of need that customers fall in love with and they just don't want to give up. And so in a nutshell, look for ways to build slippery products that embody all of these different capabilities. And if you do, you will probably do some very basic things, like, for example, increase the gain your customers get, reduce the pain they have of acquiring you, and end up building some interesting companies around it. So I'm going to encapsulate all of that. If you never remember slippery or any of that stuff, it's up on my site, into one simple notion. What if you could build a truly disruptive innovation that was so exciting that people had to have it, yet it had no disruption to adopt it? People do this. A little company called VMware did this. They basically found a way for you to take server utilization from in the teens of percentages up into the 80s or 90s without you changing your applications or changing your hardware or anything. They just put a layer in between that virtualized all those resources. That is disruptive innovation with non-disruptive adoption. And if you can find products and services that do this, you are onto a winner. And it's really worth spending time to do this. It's worth spending time to think about how could you make this kind of impact. In my own portfolio, I have a simple example, which is these iPads that have been the theme of our discussion tonight actually are great, except when you take them to the enterprise and you personally own the thing, the last thing you want to do is give that device over to the enterprise to take control of it. You want to keep your photos and your music and all your personal stuff on there. The enterprise says, but hang on a second, I want to put an application on there that will enable you to get access to email, etc. So in this customer example, Estee Lauder actually wanted to use the iPad to get out and sell their products, because it turned out there was a much easier way to sell than having people at the counters. And it turns out people trust iPads more than they trust sales reps when they make recommendations. Funny that. So that was driving up revenue by 40%. All good. But they were having a hard time actually deploying those applications, keeping them up to date and training people, until Aperion came along and basically did this via the cloud, saved them $2.5 million, helped them roll out 17,000 iPads and deliver it worldwide with no IT touch. So now this is how Estee Lauder is delivering their apps to help increase their sales. And what we basically did here was give them all the gain of rolling this out with no pain associated with traditional IT involvement in this. And all the pain that would have been involved in actually doing this, which is deploying and installing to the iPad, is taken out. It's all just handled via the cloud. So this is what we try to do. Now at this point, just because I really want to give John more time, I'm going to stop, but I'll tell you the next two pieces you can find on my site. And it's all about architecting to attract using packaging and pricing techniques. So I'm going to flip through these. There's a technique that is basically a simple way of doing this that you'll see if you want to watch the go-to-market section. I describe it in more detail, and I have an example there, a case study from Acquia. And even though I know you were dying to talk about whole product, I'm not going to cover that tonight either. But again, I'll make sure this is up on my site, and we'll give you some background on it. So John, if you're ready, sure. I'd like to bring you up and give you the time to go through your piece.
Great. Well, thank you. Certainly interesting to hear stories. And as you were going through it, Michael, I just sort of had flashbacks to failure moments that we had at SolidWorks, and also at CloudSwitch. Let me give you a little bit of a background of who I am, and I'll make sure I give enough time to answer questions at the end. I'm currently CEO of a new company called Belmont Technology. I assure you that will not be the name of the company when we release the product and we go to market. But let's step back in time and tell you kind of the evolution of what's happened in my career and what I'm doing now. But to do that, I'll go back. My training's, I'm a mechanical engineer by training. I have been in the design space and software world for, well, way too many years. I won't give you the exact number, but way too many years. And it started back as a mechanical engineer at the University of Rochester. And you'll probably be able to do the math. It was 1983. I worked in the laboratory for laser energetics, which was a nuclear fusion lab. And I had a summer job. And I was doing mechanical design. And the guy I was working for, this guy Frank DeWitt, realized I was far better at computers than I was design. And at that time, PCs had just come out. And so here I was using mechanical drafting board. He understood that I knew a little bit about computers, and he said, why don't you help us find a CAD system? So I had to go out and sort of learn about what CAD systems were out there. And it turns out AutoCAD was just starting, and there was a bunch of new software startups. Anyway, helped him select a CAD system, and at the same time, we had a lot of drawings. And at that time, I don't know if people have ever heard of a company called DBase, and we ended up basically building a database system for drawings. And so here I am 30 plus years later, helping people build / select CAD systems and also helping them find engineering information. Why? Because the pain, as Michael talked about before, is still pretty significant. So fast forward, I joined a company called SolidWorks. SolidWorks, how many people have ever heard of SolidWorks? Okay, it's a 3D CAD company based in Waltham now. Today, it's about a $600 million company. I joined it when we had our first sale of software. So the product had just started to come to market, and joined the company and had a bunch of roles there. Like most good startups, for those that are either thinking of joining a startup or joining a startup, you want a lot of good utility players early on. So I had a bunch of roles in marketing, sales, building the partner development platform, the partner application area. And we were ultimately acquired by Dassault Systems. And we ran it as a separate company. And I was the CEO there from about $100 million to roughly about $400 million company, and then took some time off. And then joined a company called CloudSwitch, which was a enterprise software company focused on helping people take their data center and extending it to the cloud. And that company, we went through a lot of the similar pain points that we heard about earlier, but ultimately realized that the sales model we had wasn't going to work, and we started building some strategic relationships, which ultimately led to quite a successful outcome with Verizon, which now actually they've almost tripled the size of the staff, and they've done a lot of great work with them. And in November, I hooked up with a bunch of the team from SolidWorks, which is kind of scary because we're a lot older and a little grayer, but we sense an opportunity. And I won't go into too many specifics about the opportunity of what we're specifically doing, but I'll characterize the essence of kind of the opportunity in front of us. And that is the world in which we live and how people design products is changing. People like my age and a little bit older are starting to retire, and younger generations coming in, so there's a demographic shift. And the demographic shift is one where guys my generation sort of go to the internet, younger people live in the internet, and so they're in this hyper-connected world, and yet they come to companies that do design work, and they sort of see the CAD system in the corner, and it's this system that basically everything's locked down. And so we believe there's a shift happening in terms of how people work. We think there's a lot of market pressures, and the design process is changing, and we sense that how people build products is changing. The compute infrastructure has changed. The cloud is clearly having a huge impact in how and what people do, and we think there's a business model opportunity. So those four forces converging create an opportunity at Belmont. It's a company that got funded by Michael's firm, as well as Commonwealth Ventures, and we raised $9 million in November. We started the company in November, and we raised $9 million, and then just April 1st, and it wasn't an April Fool's joke, we ended up raising $25 million in a preemptive Series B round. This gives us enough money to build our product and get to market, and hopefully along the way, in case we do stub our toe, have enough capital to kind of see us through. And I tell you, that's one of the experiences that having a little bit of of failure, and I'll call Cloud Switch, was a successful outcome, but one of the things we realized is that the market for cloud software was early when we started this. And we faced a situation where capital was going to be a big issue for us if we didn't change our model. And so with Belmont, when the opportunity to raise more capital came in and it was at the right sort of terms, we decided to go ahead and do it. Enough about my background. Let's talk a little bit about what CAD is. If you look around us, all of the products in our lives, whether it was the coffee machine this morning that you used, whether it was a tablet that you picked up this morning, your phone, whether it was the car that you got in to turn the clock, the radio in the car, whether it was these whiteboards, the projectors, the cameras, all of these things are products that are designed. So to understand the CAD world, you have to step back and realize this is a big market. Why is it a big market? Because all of these products have to be designed. So think about it. Somebody in the world figured out the size of glass and the type of glass to use here, but also what the length of these rails should be, how it should be assembled. So when you think about even just this simple example, there's an engineer somewhere in the world that built an engineering model, designed that, created specifications, sent it to a manufacturer who had to build that. So look around your world and you realize this is a big market. This is a market that today represents over $8 billion in terms of software in 4 companies alone. When you think about end user spend, it's probably north of $10 billion. And what are these companies doing? They're building software to help engineers make mistakes on the screen and not with the end product. And that's the key insight, is that allowing people to prototype in a digital format, it's far cheaper than to go ahead and build a product and actually create failure in the marketplace. So that's the market that we focused on early on at SolidWorks, with some fundamental opportunities that we think were possible. So SolidWorks, 3D CAD system, let me give you a simple reason why SolidWorks existed. Have people heard of parametric technology, PTC? Okay. I'll do a quick step back. Lines and arcs. People did mechanical engineering design with lines and arcs. Autodesk translated that, lines and arcs, from drawing boards into the computer. You had large companies that were doing on mainframes and mini computers. AutoCAD did that same functionality, but did it on a laptop. What people really would love to do, though, is not just put lines and arcs on a screen. They wanted to be able to see things in 3D. For young people like you, you can't imagine a world that wasn't 3D. But trust me, not too long ago, everything was done in 2D. So big companies like computer vision came around, and they allowed you to build 3D solid models. The biggest benefit of that was understanding how things fit together and making sure that things didn't interfere with each other. And car companies, airplane manufacturers, would spend millions, tens of millions of dollars for these systems. The problem was, if somebody designed a car, and the design team designed it, everybody loved it, and they came in and they said, that's great, but make it a little kind of wider here and a little bit longer. The guys in the white lab coats had to go back in, redesign it, and 4, 5, 6 months later they come out with the design. PTC did something phenomenal. There was a brilliant guy by the name of Sam Geisberg, allowed these solid models to change. And this idea that you can make changes quickly and be able to see it iterate, much like a spreadsheet, that allowed engineers to be able to have rapid design changes. That was value. And they had incredible success, because what their value proposition was, we all know you love 3D solid models because you can see how things go together. The problem is you can't make changes. They allowed people to make changes. And they made a fortune. They built an amazing enterprise. They had an amazing sales team, and they had great technology. And so when we were starting SolidWorks in the early days, people said, nobody needs another solid modeler. PTC owns the market. The problem was the following. There was a ton of people that had their noses up against the glass. They wanted what PTC had, but they couldn't afford it. It was too expensive, it was too hard to learn, too hard to use. That was fundamentally the value that we created at SolidWorks. And today, it's a $600 million company. The question, and extremely profitable, generating close to almost $250 million in profit each year. So the question is, how do you go I mean, we knew there was opportunity. The question is, how do we go and capitalize on that opportunity? And I want to show 4 numbers. 1503. There were many reasons why SolidWorks was successful, but I think fundamentally, this is one of them. Anybody know what it is?
Oh dear, Jim Locker?
If you go to SolidWorks today and ask anybody, it's part of the culture. It's part of the DNA of the company. So I'm not going to go through a lot of hypothetical examples. I'm going to go through specifically how this impacted the company. I remember our first sales meeting. We were going to sell our software. Instead of $20,000, $30,000 through a direct sales force, we were going to sell our software at $4,000, and we were going to sell it through a VAR, value-added reseller channel, meaning independent people that would represent our product, they'd get it at a discount and sell it. So the question is, when we got all these salespeople together for the first time, these are different independent business people, maybe 250 people, came to Waltham, Massachusetts. We had a meeting. And we had to tell them where should they go selling, where to go focus, because they thought our product was great. And we put this chart up. I didn't put the numbers there the first time, but guess what? If you look at the vertical axis, this is the number of seats. This is the number of engineers that we wanted people to sort of look at and focus when they're going out and trying to sell a product. And this is the sales cycle. And most of the people who were independent business people, they wanted to go and sell 20, 30 seats, 40 seats. I remember a guy coming to me from Detroit saying, I have a really good friend inside of Ford. He runs powertrain. And I know we can work with their data. I want to go sell them. Would you come out and visit with him? And I said, I hope you don't mind, while you're selling at Ford, if we add 2 other resellers in your backyard to go focus on the opportunities that you're not going to be focusing on. He wanted that upper left quadrant. Big opportunity. Well, guess what happens with the guy at Ford? They bring him in and they love it. People want validation. They love it. This guy's selling, saying, this is awesome. The guy at Ford wants to buy our product. So he spends a little bit more time showing it to him, and the guy inside of Ford and powertrain says, you know what? Our guys love it. The guys actually in styling, they want to see it as well. So can you come back next week and show them product again? And all of a sudden the sales cycle, instead of 2 months and 3 months, starts being 4, 5, 6 months. And the guys are like, well, we got to get some business closed. And they said, the good news is people really, really love it. And you know what we want to do? We want to do a pilot. We want to go ahead and buy your product. But instead of buying 60 seats, guess what? They ended up buying 3. So what we wanted people to focus on is 1 to 5 seats, 0 to 3 months. And that became known inside of SolidWorks as 1503, a 1503 account. Why was that so important? Because as that guy was selling, thinking he's going after 60-seat opportunity, if this is time, and this is real, this is losing money, this is making money, and these guys are massively sort of undercapitalized, they're out there selling, thinking they're going to get this big deal, gets extended out, and what ends up happening? They get a business, they get the PO, but it's for 3, 4, 5 seats, and they're losing money. And these are guys that can barely afford to make payroll. We wanted them quick hits, get out. It served our strategic interest to get into a lot of accounts. Yeah.
A lot of sales guys use expected values. From an expected value perspective, that would make sense because it's a big deal. And so did you take that into account?
Sure. Most of these sales guys, most of those people who are thinking about expected value, they're probably sales guys that are making what, 150, 200 grand a year? Yeah. These sales guys were VARs. Their salespeople were probably making 65, 70 grand a year. We needed people to go out there and get quick hits, get into the account, and the most important thing was actually qualifying out accounts. So we didn't go for big strategic selling. We wanted to be like weeds popping up through the concrete. In fact, we tried to think, I was talking to John Herstick, who was a founder of SolidWorks just the other day, and he's with us at Belmont. We were talking about it, kind of what was the perfect opportunity? And one of the perfect opportunities was not a 10-seat deal that had pro engineer. Remember, these are people with their noses stuck up against the glass door, wanting what was inside, but they couldn't afford it. So it was not to go to an account that had 10 seats of Pro E and saying, let's go ahead and try and convince them to convert and switch over to us. Conversely, we didn't want them to go to 10 seats of 2D users, AutoCAD users, and try and have them all switch to SolidWorks, because we would have had to go through and teach them all about 3D solid modeling, go through this long sales process, only to have them buy 1 or 2 seats. We called it the modeling saturation index, a really kind of nice term. And what it was we wanted them to have 2 or 3 seats of Pro E that were exposed to 3D, but had 8 seats of AutoCAD, because they already knew the benefits of 3D by having those 2 seats there. But we wanted them to get the advantage. Why didn't they have the other seats, 8 seats, move to 3D? Well, probably because it was too hard to learn, too hard to use, and too expensive. Yeah?
This might be a question out of ignorance, but in thinking about sales cycles and thinking about the more impactful sales versus the little to but at volume, why wouldn't you have affiliate marketing channels or web channels selling this as opposed to people that you have to spend time and money on training? And likewise, how much of this was business development versus sales? Like, this almost sounds like an exploration in what is the model of the sales versus order taking.
Great. So the first question is, why didn't we have affiliate marketing and web-based sales? Well, contrary to what Al Gore said about the internet, I mean, it didn't exist. No, it didn't exist. I'm being a little cute here. I mean, in fact, when we started SolidWorks, we were having a decision about, and I know this is going to be in the way back time machine, but we had a debate, and I remember it being in the order room, kind of the shipping room. We had a debate whether or not we should have a website. And I know you can laugh, but we said, what would we put on the website? We said, well, we could put our address, directions, maybe some marketing materials. And then we all laughed because they said, you know, someday maybe people will download updates for our software. And we all cracked up laughing. And you know what? We were one of the first 100,000 websites registered in the world. Okay? Now, why wouldn't you use affiliate marketing? Of course you'd use that today. But we had VARs. These are value-added resellers. These are businesses, independent businesses that were selling other products already, selling consulting services, selling training. We needed these people, 1, to survive. They didn't have a lot of capital. But 2, they wanted to go out and expand their customer base, and we wanted them too. It was critical for us to go through, get customers to try the product, use the product, get successful with the product, because we knew there would be viral adoption once people started using it. It would draw other customers into the solution.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes it by combining everything you need. Projects,
and talking about what everyday New Yorkers care about. And, you know, in contrast, you have someone like Andrew Cuomo, who really hasn't done much retail politicking at all. He hasn't been shaking hands. He really ran what some would call a rose garden campaign. After the debate, you know, an event, 2 events a day, you would think that someone who's really fighting for it would work harder, but he's had the establishment behind him. He's had the retail lobby. He's had the donors. And Mamdani's run a grassroots campaign with a lot of really wealthy people working against him.
And Mamdani's somebody who, as we noted from what you said, a lot of people think they know on first name basis, right? He's known as Zohran simply by a lot of voters here in New York City. Now, what are some of the reasons that voters have told you why they are voting for Zohran Mamdani? Now, he is the front runner, of course, to become mayor of New York City tonight. What are some of those main reasons? Do they fit with the program that he has as mayor of New York?
I think it's absolutely about affordability. I mean, he is promising child care for all, you know, universal child care. That's very popular in New York City. We're very close to it. There's 3K, pre-K, and that was actually established under Bill de Blasio. Some see him it's expensive, but they want him to keep extending it, and he may be able to. Universal busing is very popular. You know, city-run groceries. It's never been done before. I mean, they tried to do it in Kansas. It didn't work out too well in Kansas City, but if New York can't do it, you know, he's only suggesting 5. He does say he wants to raise corporate tax rates and the tax rates on wealthy individuals, but that would have to go through the state, and I don't think that Kathy Hochul would do that in an election year. She's the governor and she's up for re-election. But I do think she's going to be supportive of a lot of these progressive ideas, because it was New York City that really helped her squeak out a win against Lee Zeldin in the last race, and she's going to need progressives to help her get over the line in the next election. So she needs Zohran Mamdani, and that's why you saw her campaigning out there with AOC and Bernie Sanders recently, and then there's Kathy Hochul, this kind of center-left Democrat. It was a little odd, but she's clearly aware that she needs this constituency to win, whereas, you know, Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, neighbor, a little bit careful about endorsing. Chuck Schumer still has not endorsed, and I think that just shows you how threatened and worried the Democratic establishment is about a Democratic socialist running a city of 8 million people, which is as large as Virginia, the other election in this tonight. So we'll see how he does. 2 million people coming out, that's a lot. That's huge turnout. I don't think I've heard of that in my entire time covering city politics. I used to be a City Hall reporter for the New York Post, certainly not in the elections that I covered. So we'll see what the numbers are like. Everyone's just looking to see if he pushes over 50%, and if he's able to do that, that means his mandate will certainly be stronger, and he could make arguments to the state senate and to the city council to really approve some of his broader and far-reaching agenda.
You've covered quite a few races for mayor here in New York City, and the administrations of Bloomberg and de Blasio. In how far would you say this race, this time around, is different to other mayoral races that you've seen in this city?
I think by the third term that I covered